The bridge of the USS Enterprise D hummed with its usual efficiency until the distress beacon cut through subspace like a scream. Lieutenant Worf's console erupted with priority alerts. Captain, automated distress signal bearing 273 Mark V. Origin, Research Station Epsilon 7. Picard rose from his command chair, tugging his uniform straight. On screen, the view screen displayed a barren moon orbiting a gas giant. The research station's transponder pulsed weakly, a dying heartbeat in the void. Life signs, Picard asked. Data's fingers danced across his console with superhuman speed. Negative, Captain. However, the station's power grid remains active at 73% capacity. Atmospheric controls functioning normally. A ghost ship, Riker muttered, moving to stand beside Picard. Not quite, Number 1. Mr. Worf, any response to hail? None, sir. All communication channels are silent. Picard studied the station's skeletal framework, clinging to the moon's surface like a metal spider. Something felt wrong. Research stations didn't simply lose all personnel while maintaining power and life support. Take us in, Mr. Crusher. Standard orbit. Away team to transporter room 1 in 15 minutes. The Enterprise glided toward the moon, her massive form dwarfing the research facility below. As they entered orbit, Worf's tactical display flickered with anomalous readings. Captain, sensors detect unusual power signatures within the facility. Pattern is inconsistent with standard Federation technology. Specify. Unknown, sir. The energy wavelengths do not match any known configuration in our database. Picard exchanged glances with Riker. Then we investigate carefully. The transporter room materialized the away team in what should have been the station's main operations center. Instead, they found themselves in a reinforced chamber marked with designation Site-19 Entrance Alpha. This isn't Epsilon 7, Riker said, phaser already drawn. Worf's tricorder shrieked with warnings. Sir, these walls are lined with unknown composite materials. Tri-cobalt alloy reinforcement at least 3 meters thick. This facility was designed to contain something. The chamber's lighting panels flickered erratically, casting dancing shadows across walls covered in warning signs. But these weren't standard Federation hazard markers, they were something else entirely. Symbols that seemed to writhe when viewed peripherally. Text in languages that predated the Federation. Data knelt beside the first body. The corpse wore black tactical armor emblazoned with a symbol, an arrow circle arrow design in white. The man's face was locked in an expression of absolute terror. Eyes bulged, neck twisted at an anatomically impossible angle. Cause of death? Picard asked. Severe cervical trauma, Captain. The 1st through 7th vertebrae have been rotated 180 degrees. The force required would exceed. A scream echoed through the corridors. The away team froze. Phasers raised, they moved as a unit toward the sound. More bodies lined the hallway, dozens of them. All wore the same black armor. All had their necks snapped with surgical precision. What could do this? Riker whispered. They found the source of the scream. A woman in a white lab coat, pinned against a wall by her own fear. She was alive but catatonic, eyes fixed on something down the adjacent corridor. Doctor, we're Starfleet. We're here to help. Picard approached slowly, hands visible and unthreatening. The woman didn't respond. Didn't even blink. Her eyes remained locked on the corridor. Worf moved to investigate what she was staring at. The moment he turned the corner, his entire body went rigid. Standing in the center of the corridor was a statue. It appeared to be concrete, vaguely humanoid, with a grotesque face and arms reaching forward. Rebar protruded from its base. Someone had spray-painted an orange circle around it with text, "Do not approach. Do not break eye contact." It is merely a statue, Worf said, but his voice lacked conviction. Data scanned it with his tricorder. Fascinating. The object registers as concrete and rebar common construction materials. However, there are quantum fluctuations in its molecular structure that defy explanation. We're taking this woman to sickbay, Picard decided. Mr. Data, continue scanning this facility. I want to know what happened here. As the medical team prepared to beam the woman to the Enterprise, Data accessed the facility's computer systems. What he found made even his synthetic eyebrows rise. Captain, This facility is designated Site-19. It belongs to an organization called the SCP Foundation. Their mission statement: secure, contain, protect. They appear to be a containment facility for anomalous entities. Anomalous how? Entities that violate the known laws of physics, sir. Picard felt ice in his veins. Like that statue? Precisely. It is designated SCP-173. According to these files, it is data paused, processing information at quantum speeds. Captain, I recommend we maintain visual contact with the statue at all times. Data? SCP-173 is quantum locked to observation. When unobserved, it moves at extreme speed and terminates targets by snapping their necks. It cannot move while being directly observed. Riker laughed nervously. That's impossible. And yet, Data gestured to the bodies. The evidence suggests otherwise. The away team stared at the statue. It stared back with its grotesque painted face. None of them wanted to blink. Lieutenant Commander Data stood motionless before SCP-173. Optical sensors locked on the statue's concrete form. His positronic brain processed the impossibility before him, an object that violated causality itself. Captain, I have accessed the facility's security footage from the last 6 hours. I recommend you observe. Picard moved beside Data, eyes never leaving the statue. On your tricorder screen, the footage showed a containment chamber, pristine and clean. 3 personnel in orange jumpsuits entered with cleaning supplies. Standard procedure, according to the logs. 1 person maintained eye contact while 2 cleaned. Then the recording glitched for a single frame. In that frame, 1/30th of a second, SCP-173 moved 15 feet and snapped the neck of the observer. The cleaning crew panicked, tried to run. Another glitch. 2 corpses. The final crew member backed against the door, screaming. One more glitch. The chamber was empty except for 3 bodies and a statue that had returned to its original position. This is not possible, Worf growled. The laws of physics do not permit. The laws of physics we understand. Data corrected. Sir, I am detecting similar quantum fluctuations throughout this facility. Whatever this organization was containing, there are dozens, possibly hundreds of similar entities. Riker kept his eyes on the statue while addressing the team. We need to get back to the Enterprise, now. Agreed, Picard said. But we cannot simply leave this thing unsecured. Captain, perhaps we could beam it directly into space, Worf suggested. Negative. We don't know if it can survive vacuum, or if it requires observation in all states. Data. Can we construct a containment field? The facility's own containment protocols suggest a specialized chamber with uninterrupted observation. However, the lights flickered. Emergency power kicked in, bathing the corridor in red. And in that half-second of darkness, something scraped against concrete. The statue stood 5 feet closer. Nobody blink, Riker ordered. Worf, can you walk backward while maintaining visual contact? I am Klingon. I can do anything required. The away team began a careful retreat toward the transporter room, each member taking turns blinking while others maintained observation. It was an awkward, terrifying dance. The statue followed, moving only in the microseconds when all eyes were closed or focused elsewhere. Scrape, 6 inches closer. Scrape, another foot. This is not sustainable, Data observed. Human physiology requires blinking approximately every 3 to 4 seconds. Even with our team rotation, there will be gaps in observation. Security Officer Daniels, a young ensign on his first away mission, was sweating profusely. Sir, I need to blink. Hold, Worf commanded. I will maintain visual contact. Ensign, blink now. Daniels' eyes closed for a fraction of a second. The statue stood directly in front of him, its grotesque face mere inches from his own, hands reaching for his neck. Daniel's scream died in his throat as concrete fingers wrapped around his cervical vertebrae. The sound of bone snapping echoed through the corridor like a gunshot. Fire! Riker shouted. Phaser beams struck SCP-173 at full power. The statue absorbed the energy without damage, without even a scorch mark. It remained frozen in position, holding Daniel's corpse. Transporter room. 6 to beam directly to Cargo Bay 2, Picard commanded, tapping his comm badge. Implement containment field immediately upon materialization. The transporter beam caught them all, including SCP-173. They materialized in the cargo bay. The statue appeared within a hastily erected force field. Daniel's body crumpled at its base. Containment field at maximum, the transporter chief reported. Sir, should we retrieve Ensign Daniels? Picard stared at the statue through the shimmering barrier. It stared back, eternal and patient. No. Maintain constant visual monitoring. Computer, establish holocam observation grid. That thing is not to be left unobserved for even a nanosecond. 6 holographic cameras activated, their feeds displayed on monitors throughout the cargo bay. From every angle, at every moment, something would be watching SCP-173. In his ready room, Picard reviewed the Site-19 database that Data had downloaded. The more he read, the less he understood about the universe he thought he knew. SCP-173 was classified as Euclid. There were worse things, much worse things, classified as Keter. And those were contained in facilities just like Site-19, scattered across Earth and beyond. An organization had been operating in complete secrecy, containing impossibilities, for longer than the Federation had existed. The question was, what else didn't Starfleet know? The Enterprise maintained orbit over Site-19's moon, running continuous scans of the facility below. Dr. Crusher worked frantically in sickbay to revive the catatonic researcher they'd rescued, while Picard studied the downloaded database files with growing alarm. Captain, Worf's voice crackled over the comm. Sensors detect 3 vessels approaching at high impulse. Configuration unknown. They are hailing us. On screen, the view screen displayed 3 angular, matte black ships that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. They bore the same arrow, circle arrow, insignia found on the tactical armor at Site-19. A face appeared hard, scarred, military. The man wore black tactical gear with the designation MTF Epsilon 11 Commander stenciled across his chest plate. Federation vessel. This is Commander Vance of Mobile Task Force Epsilon 11. You are in violation of multiple security protocols. Power down your shields and prepare to be boarded. Picard rose from his command chair. I am Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the USS Enterprise. We responded to a distress signal from, we know why you're here, Captain, and we know what you found. Your entire crew is now contaminated with classified information. You will submit to immediate memory suppression protocols or you will be destroyed. Those are your only options. The bridge crew exchanged stunned glances. Commander Vance, we are here on a humanitarian mission. The facility below has suffered a catastrophic containment breach. We have 1 survivor in critical condition and recovered 1 anomalous entity. We're willing to cooperate, but we will not submit to threats. Vance's expression didn't change. Captain, you don't understand the situation. The SCP Foundation has maintained operational security for over a century. We cannot allow information about anomalous entities to spread through the Federation. The memetic hazards alone could trigger an XK-class scenario. XK-class? End of the world scenario, Captain. And yes, we've prevented dozens of them. You've blundered into something far beyond Starfleet's understanding. Stand down or be eliminated. You have 60 seconds to comply. Picard's jaw clenched. Mr. Worf, shields up, red alert. The Enterprise's deflector shields flared to life as the Foundation vessels spread into attack formation. Captain, the lead vessel is deploying some kind of field generator, Data reported. It is emitting Boma-Haranov particles on a rotating frequency. I believe it is designed to... The Enterprise lurched as the transporter systems went offline. Disrupt our matter-energy conversion systems, Data finished. We cannot beam anyone aboard or away. They have effectively disabled our transporters. Return fire, Mr. Worf. Warning shots only. Aye, sir. Phaser arrays lanced out, striking the space around the Foundation vessels. The black ships scattered with surprising agility, their smaller size allowing for rapid maneuvering the Enterprise couldn't match. Sir, they are launching projectiles, Worf reported. Impact in 5 seconds. Evasive. The projectile struck the Enterprise's shields and detonated, but not with conventional explosives. Reality itself seemed to ripple outward from each impact point. The ship's lights flickered. Gravity fluctuated. For a brief moment, Picard could see through the walls of the bridge into the corridor beyond. "Report. Shields, holding at 87%, Worf growled. "But those weapons are not conventional. They appear to be reality anchors, devices designed to normalize local spacetime and prevent anomalous effects. They're trying to neutralize our technology by redefining what's physically possible," Data added. "Fascinating approach. Fascinating or not, we need to." Another salvo struck home. This time, the Enterprise's shields flickered dangerously. On the view screen, the Foundation vessels closed in for another attack run. Picard made his decision. Hail them again. Open channel. Commander Vance's face reappeared, emotionless as before. "Commander, this is escalating unnecessarily. We have no desire for conflict. Let me come aboard your vessel. Allow me to explain our intentions face to face." "Negative, Captain. You've been exposed to SCP-173. You're a contamination vector. The protocols are clear." "Then what do you propose? You can't destroy a Starfleet vessel without consequences. The Federation will investigate. More ships will come. Then we'll contain them too," Vance said flatly. "We've contained gods, Captain. We've imprisoned concepts. A few Starfleet vessels won't complicate things significantly." The channel closed. Riker leaned close to Picard. "Sir, they're serious. We need to fight our way out or find another option." Before Picard could respond, alarms screamed across the bridge. "Captain, sensors detect a massive energy surge from Site-19. Data reported, his voice carrying a rare note of concern. "Something is—" The moon's surface exploded, not with fire or debris, but with something alive. A massive reptilian form burst from the underground facility, its scales absorbing and reflecting the gas giant's light in nauseating patterns. It was easily 30 meters long, covered in mismatched armor that looked like it had been grafted from dozens of different materials. The creature roared a sound that somehow transmitted through the vacuum of space and rattled the Enterprise's hull. "What in hell is that?" Riker breathed. Data's fingers flew across his console. According to the downloaded database, that is SCP-682. Designation: hard-to-destroy reptile. It is one of the most dangerous entities in Foundation custody. Captain, the database lists over 1,500 termination attempts, all failures. On screen, SCP-682 tore through the remains of Site-19, killing anything that moved. Foundation personnel in tactical armor tried to contain it with experimental weapons. The creature shrugged off plasma fire, reality anchors, and weapons that seemed to fold space itself. Then it looked up, at the ships in orbit, at the Enterprise. "Evasive maneuvers," Picard shouted. But SCP-682 was already moving. Its body coiled like a spring and launched itself from the moon's surface with enough force to crack the bedrock beneath it. It sailed through space, surviving vacuum, surviving the absolute zero of deep space, a biological impossibility wrapped in scales and hatred. The creature slammed into one of the Foundation vessels. Metal screamed as SCP-682 tore through the hull, its claws rending through advanced armor like tissue paper. Commander Vance's voice crackled over an emergency frequency. "All vessels, target SCP-682. Enterprise, if you want to live through this, I suggest you help us put that thing down." Picard didn't hesitate. "Mr. Worf, full phasers. Target that creature." "With pleasure, sir." The standoff had become a battle, and the real enemy had just entered the fight. SCP-682 clung to the Foundation vessel's hull like a malevolent tick, tearing through deck plating with methodical fury. Emergency atmosphere vented into space, carrying screaming personnel with it. The creature adapted in real time, growing thicker scales where phaser fire struck, developing heat-dissipating ridges where the Foundation's exotic weapons burned. "Target the creature's underbelly," Picard ordered. "Focus fire." The Enterprise's main phaser array lanced through space, striking SCP-682's exposed ventral surface. The creature screeched a sound that registered as quantum noise across all sensor bands and released its grip on the Foundation vessel. It tumbled through space, already healing, already adapting. "Transporter room, can you lock onto that thing?" Riker demanded. "Negative, sir. The reality anchors are still disrupting our systems. And even if we could, the database indicates SCP-682 has survived transport into the Sun. Twice. Then what kills it? Nothing documented, Commander. SCP-682 oriented itself in the vacuum, using some mechanism that defied known biology. It began moving toward the Enterprise, propelling itself through space with controlled venting of internal gases. The creature was using its own body as a thruster system. All hands, brace for impact. The reptilian horror slammed into the Enterprise's shields at tremendous velocity. The deflector grid held, but barely power across 3 decks fluctuated as the shields struggled to distribute the kinetic energy. "Shields at 62%, Worf reported. "The creature is attempting to breach." On the view screen, SCP-682 clawed at the invisible barrier, its talons generating sparks of disrupted energy. Where its claws struck repeatedly, small gaps appeared in the shield matrix, microscopic failures that the creature immediately exploited, wedging its claws deeper. "It's learning our shield frequency," Data observed. "Captain, I recommend a full-spectrum rotation." "Make it so." The shields flickered through every frequency in rapid succession. SCP-682 roared in frustration as it lost its grip and tumbled away from the hull. The Foundation vessels regrouped. Commander Vance's face appeared on screen again, this time broadcasting to both the Enterprise and his own fleet. "All vessels. Omega Protocol. Authorization Vance 77 Echo Kilo. Prepare acid deployment." "Acid?" Riker looked incredulous. Hydrochloric acid is one of the few substances SCP-682 cannot immediately adapt to. Data explained, still processing the database files. "It causes the creature significant pain and tissue damage, though it eventually regenerates." 2 of the Foundation vessels opened their cargo bays. Massive containers, each the size of a shuttlecraft, drifted out into space. They positioned themselves in SCP-682's trajectory as the creature oriented for another attack run. "Detonate on my mark," Vance commanded. 3, 2, 1. Mark. The containers exploded, releasing their payload in a expanding sphere of liquid that immediately began to freeze in the vacuum. But before it could fully solidify, SCP-682 plunged into the cloud. The creature's roar changed pitch from rage to agony. Its scales sloughed off in chunks. Muscle tissue dissolved, revealing bone that cracked and reformed. But it wasn't dying. It was changing. "Captain, SCP-682 is adapting to the vacuum environment," Data reported. "It is developing a mucous membrane that shields it from the acid. Additionally, it appears to be evolving a new respiratory system that does not require atmosphere." "Impossible," Worf muttered. And yet, the Foundation vessels moved in with specialized containment fields, attempting to trap the wounded creature. SCP-682 thrashed against the energy nets, growing spikes that disrupted the field generators, then developing electromagnetic organs that interfered with their targeting systems. "It evolves in response to threats," Picard realized. "Every attack makes it stronger." "Correct, Captain," Vance confirmed over the comm. "Which is why standard protocol is containment, not termination. Enterprise, we're sending you containment coordinates. We need your tractor beam to hold 682 steady while we position the transport cage." Picard nodded to Worf, who engaged the tractor beam. The Enterprise's graviton emitters locked onto SCP-682, holding it in place despite the creature's thrashing. "Cage in position," one of the Foundation vessels reported. "Energizing field." A cube of solid energy materialized around SCP-682, compressing inward. The creature fought, adapted, grew dense armor that should have collapsed under its own weight, but the containment field held barely. "We're taking it back to Site-19's emergency containment," Vance said. "Or what's left of Site-19. Enterprise, we need to talk." "I agree, Commander." 20 minutes later, Picard materialized in the transporter room of the Foundation vessel with Worf and Data. They were immediately surrounded by armed personnel, MTF Epsilon, 1-1 operatives with weapons that hummed with barely contained exotic energies. Commander Vance stood in the center of the room, arms crossed. He was younger than his scarred face suggested, perhaps early 40s, with gray streaking his temples. The weight of his role showed in every line of his posture. Captain Picard, let's establish some facts. First, you and your crew have been exposed to classified information about multiple anomalous entities. Second, this information cannot be allowed to spread. Third, the SCP Foundation has protocols for exactly this situation. Protocols that involve destroying my ship, if necessary. Vance gestured for them to follow. Walk with me. They moved through corridors lined with containment cells. Each door bore designations, SCP numbers, and classifications. Some doors were silent, others echoed with sounds that shouldn't exist. Backwards music, speaking in unison, mechanical breathing. The Foundation was established in 1892, Vance explained. We've been operating in complete secrecy for over 2 centuries. We contain, study, and protect humanity from things that violate natural law. SCPs, secure, contain, protect subjects, are categorized by risk level. Safe, Euclid, Keter, Thalmiel. What you've encountered are just 2 of over 5,000 documented anomalies. 5,000, Data repeated. Commander, the existence of so many physics-violating entities suggests our understanding of universal law is fundamentally incorrect. Or the universe is fundamentally broken, Vance countered. We don't philosophize about it, android. We contain it. We protect humanity from things they cannot comprehend and should never know about. Picard stopped walking. You're proposing that ignorance is protection. I'm stating proven fact. Certain SCPs are memetic hazards. Simply knowing they exist can kill you, or worse. Some are cognitohazards that alter your perception of reality. Others are info-hazards that become more dangerous the more you learn about them. The Foundation maintains secrecy not out of authoritarianism, Captain. We do it because the alternative is extinction. They arrived at an observation deck. Below, through armored glass, teams of researchers worked on repairing Site-19's damaged containment systems. Bodies were still being recovered from the breach. The site director was killed when 682 broke out, Vance continued, along with 47 personnel. SCP-173's containment failed when the power grid went down. It terminated 32 people before we arrived. This is what happens when containment fails, Captain. This is what we prevent every single day. Then let us help, Picard said. The Federation has resources, technology. We can. You can contaminate everything. Vance cut him off. Your Federation is built on ideals of openness and knowledge sharing. Admirable, but suicidal in the face of anomalies. One meme transmitted through your subspace communications network could lobotomize billions. One reality bender escaping onto a Federation world could rewrite causality itself. So you'd condemn us to ignorance? I'd preserve your existence. There's a difference. Worf stepped forward, his tone respectful but firm. Commander, you speak of protection, but you operate without oversight, without accountability. What prevents your Foundation from becoming the very threat you claim to contain? Vance's expression hardened. The O5 Council. 13 individuals who oversee all Foundation operations. They've maintained balance for over a century. They've prevented XK-class scenarios. They've kept humanity alive when gods and monsters tried to erase us. 13 anonymous individuals with unlimited power, Picard said quietly. Forgive me, Commander, but that sounds like tyranny. Call it what you want, it works. And now the O5 Council has a decision to make about you and your crew. Whether you live, whether you remember any of this, or whether the Enterprise becomes another unexplained loss in Starfleet records. The threat hung in the air between them. You would murder 1,000 people to maintain your secret? To protect 7 billion? Without hesitation, Vance met Picard's gaze without flinching. This is what the Foundation is, Captain. We do the unspeakable, so humanity can sleep peacefully. We sacrifice our souls so others can keep theirs. If you can't understand that, then you don't understand the stakes. Picard wanted to argue, to defend Federation principles, to explain why transparency and cooperation were paramount. But the words died in his throat as he looked out at the recovering breach site. How many times had the Federation nearly ended without ever knowing the threat existed? How many times had these shadowy operators saved humanity, while Starfleet explored strange new worlds, blissfully ignorant of the monsters at home? What happens now, he asked. Now you wait. The O5 Council is convening. They'll decide your fate within 12 hours. Until then, your guests here whether you like it or not. It wasn't a negotiation. It was a prison sentence, awaiting judgment, and somewhere in the facility below, SCP-682 healed in its acid tank, growing stronger, while SCP-173 stood in the Enterprise's cargo bay, forever staring at its cameras, waiting for someone to blink. The holding cell on the Foundation vessel was comfortable enough. Chairs, table, water dispenser. But the 4-inch thick blast door and constant surveillance made it clear this was confinement, not hospitality. Picard sat reviewing the downloaded SCP files on a provided data tablet while Worf paced like a caged targ. Data stood motionless, processing information with his usual artificial patience. "Captain, I have analyzed approximately 12% of the available database," Data reported. "The implications are troubling. These anomalies represent systematic violations of causality, thermodynamics, information theory, and quantum mechanics. If this data is accurate, our understanding of physical law is incomplete at best. Or the universe is more flexible than we assumed," Picard mused. He scrolled through files on safe-class SCP's relatively harmless anomalies. An infinite pizza box, a coffee machine that could create any liquid, a friendly gelatinous blob. Then he reached the Euclid and Keter files. His blood ran cold. SCP-106, the Old Man, capable of phasing through solid matter and dragging victims into a pocket dimension of endless decay. Estimated kill count, unknown, but exceeding 10,000. SCP-096, the Shy Guy. When someone views its face, it enters an unstoppable rage state and will not cease hunting until the viewer is dead. No containment has permanently held it. SCP-2317. Classified. Multiple O5 authorization required. "They have imprisoned things that should not exist," Worf growled. "Things that prey on humanity. And they consider us the threat?" Before Picard could respond, alarms shrieked through the ship's corridors. The blast door to their cells slammed open, and Commander Vance burst in, tactical armor scarred and smoking. "Move." 682 broke containment. "How?" Picard demanded. "Already running." It adapted, developed acid-resistant scales, then generated an electromagnetic pulse that fried the containment field generators. It's loose in Site-19 and heading for the surface. If it reaches the Enterprise, it could tear through the ship. Data finished. They sprinted through corridors, crowded with armed personnel, mobilizing for combat. Vance barked orders into his comm while leading them to the hangar bay. "All units, Omega-7 Protocol, Epsilon-11 and Zeta-9. Establish perimeter around Site-19 entrance. Beta-7, prep the acid air support. Someone get me a goddamn tactical nuclear option." "Negative on nuclear," a voice crackled back. 682 has shown resistance to fission reactions in previous tests. Additionally, the site contains multiple Keter-class entities. A nuclear strike could breach their containment. Then we contain it the hard way. They reached the hangar, where a troop transport waited. Picard, Worf, and Data were thrust inside alongside 30 Foundation operatives. The craft launched before the loading ramp fully closed, diving toward the moon's surface. Through the viewport, they could see Site-19, or what remained of it. The underground facility had been transformed into a war zone. Structures collapsed inward as something massive moved beneath them. Emergency klaxons wailed across all frequencies. "How did it get out of the acid tank?" Picard asked. Vance pulled up tactical displays. "It didn't just adapt to the acid, it weaponized it. Developed specialized organs that could spit concentrated acid back at the containment systems. melted through 3 layers of reinforced plating. By the time we realized what was happening, it had killed 6 guards and was headed for the main corridors. The transport touched down in the ruins of Site-19's entrance. The away team disembarked into chaos. Foundation personnel in hazmat suits dragged wounded from collapsed sections. Emergency teams worked to seal breached containment cells before other SCPs could escape. And everywhere, the roar of SCP-682 echoed through twisted metal and cracked concrete. There, a soldier pointed. SCP-682 burst through a wall of reinforced concrete like it was cardboard. The creature had grown since the space battle, now nearly 40 meters long, covered in overlapping scales that shimmered with iridescent menace. Its eyes burned with malevolent intelligence. All units, fire! The combined Federation and Foundation forces opened up. Phaser beams, plasma weapons, reality anchors, and exotic energy pulses converged on the reptilian horror. SCP-682 adapted. Where phasers struck, dense metallic scales grew, reflecting the energy. Where plasma burned, heat-dissipating fins emerged. Where reality anchors tried to normalize its existence, the creature's biology rewrote itself at the molecular level to accommodate impossible physics. "It's not working." Riker's voice crackled over Picard's comm badge. "Captain, I'm reading that thing's mass increasing by the second. It is consuming local matter to fuel its adaptation," Data observed, scanning with his tricorder. "Concrete, metal, even the bodies of fallen personnel. It is incorporating everything into its biomass." "Worf, contact the Enterprise," Picard ordered. "Prepare to beam that creature directly into space, far space, past the system's heliopause." "Aye, Captain," SCP-682 charged. The ground shook with each thundering step. Its jaws opened impossibly wide, revealing rows of regenerating teeth. "Scatter!" Vance roared. The attack line broke as the creature plowed through their position. Personnel were crushed, scattered, consumed. One Foundation operative was caught in the creature's jaws. His screams lasted less than a second before being silenced by bone-snapping force. Picard ran, his heart pounding. Behind him, the monster's hot breath reeked of sulfur and death. "Enterprise, now!" The transporter beam caught SCP-682 mid-stride. The creature vanished in a cascade of golden light. For 3 seconds, there was silence. Then Worf's voice, grim, "Captain, it survived. Report. We transported it 3 astronomical units from the system. It survived vacuum exposure. It is. Captain, it is growing solar sails. It is using stellar radiation to propel itself back toward the system. How long do we have?" "At current velocity, approximately 17 minutes. Vance slammed his fist against a broken wall. "It always does this. It always finds a way. We've tried everything. Acid, fire, ice, vacuum, plasma, black holes, dimensional containment, temporal loops. Nothing kills it. Nothing even slows it down permanently. Then we need a better plan," Picard said. "Data, analysis. What is that thing?" "Based on my observations, SCP-682 is not merely adapting to threats, it is learning from them. Each attack provides information that its biology processes and incorporates. It is, in essence, a living weapon that becomes stronger through conflict. Can it be reasoned with?" According to Foundation logs, it has been interviewed extensively. It possesses high intelligence and an all-consuming hatred for disgusting life forms, its term for humanity and most organic life. It has stated explicitly that it will not cease until all human life is extinct. Worf's tactical mind worked through the problem. If it cannot be killed and cannot be reasoned with, then containment is the only option. But traditional containment has failed. "Not traditional," Vance said slowly. "Captain, we have one option left. It's experimental and extremely dangerous. More dangerous than that creature rampaging through the galaxy. Possibly." Vance pulled up schematics on his wrist-mounted display. Site-19 contains a prototype containment system developed by Dr. Scranton. It creates a localized reality bubble, a pocket dimension where the laws of physics can be manually controlled. Inside that bubble, we could theoretically make adaptation impossible. By rewriting the rules, Picard realized, Exactly. We make it so that biological change cannot occur. Lock 682's molecular structure in stasis while keeping it conscious. Perfect containment. That sounds like torture. It is, but the alternative is worse. Picard looked at the devastation around them, at the bodies being recovered, at the wounded being treated. He thought of the Enterprise, of his crew, of the billions of lives across the Federation. "Do it," he said. Worf contacted the Enterprise with new coordinates. Transport SCP-682 directly into the Scranton Reality Anchor Chamber when it returns to the system. Prepare for hostile rematerialization. Vance's team worked frantically to activate the prototype containment system. Massive generators hummed to life, drawing power from the surviving reactor cores. The Reality Anchor Chamber, a perfect sphere 10 meters in diameter, began to glow with eldritch light. 14 minutes to contact, the Enterprise reported. Reality Anchor at 40%. A Foundation technician called out. "It needs to be at 100%, or this won't work," Vance snapped. "We're trying, sir. The power grid is damaged." "Then reroute from life support, from weapons, from anything that isn't nailed down." 10 minutes. 60%. 8 minutes. 75%. 5 minutes. SCP-682 was burning through space on wings of solar radiation, its form now adapted to survive interstellar travel. Sensors showed it had grown to nearly 60 meters in length. 90%. "Sir, that's as high as we can get it. It'll have to be enough. Enterprise, prepare for transport on my mark." 3 minutes. 2 minutes. Mark. The transporter beam caught SCP-682 as it re-entered the system. The creature materialized inside the Reality Anchor Chamber, immediately thrashing against the new environment. Vance slammed his hand on the activation control. Reality inside the sphere changed. The normal flow of cause and effect froze. Molecular bonds locked in place. Biological processes ceased. SCP-682 was trapped in a single moment, unable to adapt, unable to evolve, unable to escape, but still conscious, still aware, still hating. Its eyes burned with rage that would last until the end of time itself. "Containment achieved," Vance said quietly. "God help us all." Picard stared at the frozen creature. "Is this how you win? By creating hells for your prisoners? This is how we survive, Captain. One horror at a time." The Foundation personnel began cleanup operations. The dead were collected, the wounded were treated, and in the Enterprise's cargo bay, SCP-173 continued staring at its cameras. Waiting, always waiting. The aftermath of SCP-682's recontainment left Site 19 inches ruins. Medical teams worked through mountains of casualties, while engineers assessed structural damage. Picard stood beside Commander Vance in what remained of the facility's command center, watching damage reports scroll across cracked monitors. 43 dead, Vance said flatly. 67 wounded, 3 additional containment breaches in adjacent sectors. SCP-049, SCP-106, and SCP-939 are currently unaccounted for. SCP-049? Picard asked. "The plague doctor. Believes it's curing a pestilence it alone can perceive. Its touch kills instantly, and the corpses reanimate as mindless zombies. 106 you read about the old man. 939 are pack predators that mimic human voices to lure prey." Worf's comm badge chirped. "Commander, Enterprise reporting. We've detected movement in Site 19's lower levels. Multiple heat signatures humanoid but moving erratically." "That's 049's handiwork," Vance confirmed. "The reanimated corpses. They're not intelligent, but they're dangerous and surprisingly durable. We need to sanitize that sector before they breach to the surface. Then we help," Picard decided. Number 1. Assemble security teams. Have Dr. Crusher prepare for potential contamination protocols. Worf, you're with me. "Captain, the O5 Council hasn't made their decision yet," Vance warned. "Technically, you're still prisoners. Then we're prisoners who refuse to stand idle while people die. Are you going to stop us, Commander?" Vance studied Picard for a long moment, then cracked a rare smile. "No, Captain. I don't think I am. Welcome to the Foundation. The descent into Site-19's lower levels was a journey into nightmare. Emergency lighting cast everything in hellish red. Water dripped from burst pipes. And from the darkness ahead came sounds, shuffling footsteps, rasping breaths, and worst of all, voices. Help me, please. It hurts. Mama? Mama, where are you? Don't leave me here. Don't leave me. The voices sounded human, desperate, terrified. Do not respond. Vance ordered the combined Federation Foundation assault team. SCP-939 uses those voices to hunt. The moment you respond, you've given away your position. They advanced in tight formation, 20 Foundation operatives and 10 Starfleet security personnel. Worf took point. His Klingon senses more acute than any human's. Data brought up the rear, his android eyes capable of seeing in complete darkness. The first corpse came shambling around a corner. It had been a Foundation researcher, the remains of a white lab coat hung from its shoulders. But SCP-049's touch had transformed it into something else. Its skin had taken on a waxy gray pallor. Its eyes were filmed over, unseeing but somehow still aware. Its movements were jerky, puppet-like, as if invisible strings pulled at dead limbs. Targets acquired, Worf growled. Permission to engage? Granted. Headshots only destroy the brain and they stop functioning. Phaser fire and Foundation plasma weapons lit the corridor. The reanimated corpse took a phaser blast to the chest and kept walking. Another shot to the shoulder. Still coming. Worf adjusted his aim and fired a third time. The creature's head exploded in a shower of gray matter and bone. It collapsed and didn't rise again. More contacts, Data reported. 17 signatures converging on our position from multiple vectors. The dead came from every direction. Men and women who had been Foundation personnel hours ago now lurched forward with grasping hands. Some were missing limbs. Others trailed intestines from torn abdomens. All of them moved with singular purpose to touch the living, to spread SCP-049's cure. Fighting retreat, Vance ordered. Back to the stairwell. The team fell back in disciplined formation, firing as they moved. Each shot had to count headshots only, no wasted ammunition. The reanimated corpses pressed forward, heedless of damage to their bodies. One dragged itself along the floor with shattered legs. Another continued attacking even after losing an arm. Captain! Ensign Martinez stumbled, her foot catching on debris. A corpse lunged for her. Worf moved faster, his bat'leth singing as it separated the creature's head from its shoulders. He hauled Martinez to her feet and shoved her toward the stairwell. Move! Now! They reached the stairs and began their ascent. Behind them, the horde followed, an inexorable tide of dead flesh animated by anomalous force. Data, can you seal the stairwell? Picard demanded. Negative, Captain. The door controls are damaged. However, I may be able to create a temporary barrier using... Papa? Papa, is that you? The voice came from ahead. A small figure stood at the top of the stairs. A child, no more than 7 years old, wearing blood-stained clothes. Her face was pale, eyes wide with fear. Please, Papa. I'm scared. Help me. Martinez broke formation, moving toward the child. It's okay, sweetie. We're here to... Stop! Data's shout echoed in the stairwell. That is not a child. That is SCP-939. The child smiled, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Its body rippled and changed, growing, expanding. Within seconds, a massive reptilian predator stood where the girl had been 4 meters long, covered in crimson scales, with a maw that could swallow a human whole. SCP-939 pounced. Martinez screamed. Phaser fire converged on the creature, but its hide was thick, evolved to withstand punishment. It grabbed Martinez in its jaws and began dragging her back into the darkness. Worf roared a primal Klingon battle cry and leaped onto the creature's back. His bat'leth plunged deep into the soft tissue behind its skull. SCP-939 thrashed, slamming Worf against the walls. But the Klingon held on, driving his blade deeper, twisting, seeking the brain. The creature collapsed, releasing Martinez. She crawled away, her arm mangled but alive. There are more, Data warned. I am detecting 4 additional SCP-939 signatures approaching from the lower levels. And the zombies are still coming from below, Vance added grimly. We're trapped between 2 threats. Picard's mind raced through options. They couldn't fight on 2 fronts, couldn't retreat up or down, needed a solution that... The ventilation system, he said suddenly. Data, can you access it? Yes, Captain. The main vent shaft runs parallel to this stairwell. It connects to the surface, approximately 400 meters north. Then we go up through the vents. Single file, move. Foundation operatives used their reality anchors to burn through the ventilation grate. One by one, the team climbed into the narrow shaft. It was claustrophobic, dark, and filled with the distant sound of claws scraping on metal. Keep moving, Vance urged. The 939 seconds hunt by sound and smell. Make noise and they'll triangulate our position. They crawled in silence, weapons ready, every nerve on edge. Behind them, something large entered the ventilation system. Heavy breathing echoed through the metal tube. Faster, Picard whispered. The shaft began to slope upward. Natural light appeared ahead the exit to the surface. 20 meters. 15. 10. A hand burst through the vent wall beside Data, clawed, fingers grasping. SCP-939 had been crawling parallel to them, using a different shaft. Now it tore through the metal barrier, its massive head pushing into their tunnel. Go! Go! Data shoved Picard forward, while turning to face the creature. The android grabbed SCP-939's snapping jaws with both hands, holding them open through sheer synthetic strength. His servos whined in protest as the creature's bite force exceeded design specifications. Data, Picard shouted. I will be fine, Captain. Please proceed to safety. Worf reversed course, crawling back toward Data. Together, the android and the Klingon held the Predator at bay, while the rest of the team escaped to the surface. Finally, only the 3 of them remained. SCP-939 thrashed wildly, trying to force its way into the shaft. The metal groaned, beginning to collapse. On 3, we release and move, Worf said. 1, 2, 3. They released the creature's jaws and scrambled backward as fast as humanly and synthetically possible. SCP-939 lunged forward and became wedged in the shaft. Its shoulders were too wide for the narrowing tunnel. The team emerged onto the surface, bloodied but alive. Behind them, SCP-939's frustrated roars echoed from the ventilation system. The reanimated corpses were trapped below. For now, the immediate threat was contained. Vance slumped against a broken wall, exhausted. Your crew fights well, Captain. As does yours, Commander. Maybe we can work together after all. Vance extended a hand. Picard shook it, feeling the first genuine respect pass between them. The Foundation and Starfleet were different philosophies, different approaches to the unknown, but facing horrors together had forged something new, a fragile alliance, born in blood and desperation, and tested immediately, because from Site-19's depths came a new sound, a scraping, wet noise that both Foundation and Federation personnel recognized from their briefings. SCP-106 had entered the facility. The old man was coming, in a location that existed nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. 13 figures sat around a table that had witnessed the end of worlds. The O5 Council convened in a space outside normal reality, protected by so many layers of antimetic shielding and probabilistic defenses that even gods couldn't find them. O5-1, the eldest, reviewed the reports from Site-19 with ancient eyes. Commander Vance has submitted his assessment. The Enterprise crew handled SCP-173, assisted in recontaining SCP-682, and fought alongside our forces against multiple breaches. His recommendation is surprising. He wants to recruit them, O5-7 said, her voice carrying the weight of 1,000 decisions. Unprecedented. O5-3 leaned forward, fingers steepled. The Federation represents a contamination vector of unprecedented scale, billions of individuals connected by subspace communications. If even one memetic hazard enters their network, we've modeled that scenario. O5-11 interrupted. Casualty estimates range from 3 billion to total extinction, depending on the SCP involved. Then the logical course is termination, O5-4 stated flatly. Destroy the Enterprise, classify the incident, move on, and when Starfleet investigates? O5-2 challenged. How many ships must we destroy before the Federation mobilizes against us? They have hundreds of vessels, thousands of personnel. We cannot fight a war on that scale while maintaining containment operations. O5-8, who had remained silent until now, spoke with measured calm. There is a third option. Test them. The Council turned to face him. Explain, O5-1 commanded. The Foundation has contained anomalies for over 2 centuries through secrecy and ruthless pragmatism. But we're dying, colleagues. Our personnel are stretched thin. Containment breaches are increasing. We've lost 3 sites this year alone. Perhaps it's time to consider expansion. You propose bringing the Federation into the fold? O5-6 sounded incredulous. I propose testing whether they're capable of handling the truth. Expose them to safe-class SCPs first. Gauge their reactions. If they can maintain composure, if they can understand the necessity of containment without compromising security, then perhaps a limited partnership is viable. And if they fail? O5-4 pressed. Then we administer Class A amnestics to the entire crew, forge records of a warp core malfunction, and ensure this never happened. The Enterprise becomes another tragic loss in Starfleet's history. O5-1 considered this. Around the table, the others weighed options, calculated probabilities, measured the fate of billions against the survival of humanity itself. Very well, O5-1 decided. Commander Vance will proceed with graduated exposure protocol. The Enterprise crew will be shown safe-class anomalies and evaluated for psychological stability and security compliance. If they pass, we escalate to Euclid-class exposure. If they fail at any point, we implement memory suppression. And Captain Picard? O5-7 asked. He remains the key variable. His decisions will determine whether the Federation becomes an ally or another contained threat. The vote was called. 13 hands rose in unison. The test would begin. Commander Vance delivered the news to Picard in Site 19's temporary command center. The O5 Council has reached a decision. You and your crew will undergo what we call graduated exposure. We're going to show you anomalies that we've contained and assess how you handle them. This is a test, Picard said. Yes. Pass, and we discuss partnership. Fail, and you wake up with no memory of the last 3 days, convinced your ship suffered a navigational malfunction. Your choice is whether to participate or accept immediate amnestic treatment. Picard looked at his senior staff, Riker, Data, Worf, Crusher, Troy, and LaForge, all present via viewscreen from the Enterprise. Opinions? I don't like being tested, Riker said bluntly. However, the alternative is forced memory alteration, Data pointed out, which raises significant ethical concerns. We've already seen enough to know the Foundation exists, Crusher added. If we're going to work with them, we need to understand what they contain. Worf's response was characteristically direct. I would prefer to remember my battles, not have them stolen. Agreed, Picard told Vance. We'll take your test, Commander. Good. Transport to coordinates I'm sending now. And Captain? Some of what you're about to see will challenge everything you believe about reality. Try not to break. The testing facility was located 300 kilometers from Site 19, buried beneath 2 kilometers of solid rock. Picard's away team materialized in a sterile white chamber where Foundation researchers waited with clinical detachment. Welcome to Research Site 14, Dr. Calloway announced. A woman in her 50s with gray-streaked hair and eyes that had seen too much. We contain safe-class anomalies here, objects that are predictable, controllable, and relatively benign. You'll be shown 3 specimens. Touch nothing unless instructed. Ask any questions you wish. Ready? They were led to the first chamber. Inside, resting on a pedestal, was an ordinary pizza box. SCP-458, Dr. Calloway explained. Open it. Riker stepped forward and lifted the lid. Inside was a fresh, steaming pizza pepperoni, his favorite. Okay, it's pizza. So what? Close the box and wait 10 seconds. Riker did so. When he opened it again, the pizza had changed. Now it was Hawaiian style, pineapple and ham. It produces any type of pizza the nearest person desires, Calloway said. Infinitely. We've had it for 6 years. No power source, no mechanism, just infinite pizza. It violates conservation of mass, thermodynamics, and several other physical laws, but it's harmless, so we classify it as safe. Data scanned the box extensively. Fascinating. The pizza is materializing from nowhere. No energy signature, no quantum fluctuation. It simply appears. Welcome to anomalous physics, Mr. Data. The second chamber contained what appeared to be a large orange blob. As they approached, the blob quivered and made a happy gurgling sound. SCP-999, we call it the tickle monster. The blob rolled toward them with childlike enthusiasm. Before anyone could react, it had wrapped itself around Worf's legs, making playful squeaking noises. Worf's scowl softened. Then he smiled. Then he laughed, a deep, genuine sound that none of the Enterprise crew had ever heard from their normally stoic security chief. It produces an emotional effect, Troy said, sensing the change. Pure joy, untainted by any negative emotion. It's wonderful. It's also completely inexplicable, Calloway said. How does a gelatinous organism produce complex neurochemical changes in human brains without any physical contact beyond surface touch? We don't know. We just know it makes people happy. The third chamber was larger, containing an elaborate machine covered in dials, switches, and gears. Steampunk aesthetic meets industrial nightmare. SCP-914, the refining machine. You put an object in the intake booth, select a setting, rough, coarse, 1-to-1, fine, or very fine, and it produces an output. Sometimes logical, sometimes bizarre, always unpredictable. LaForge was already analyzing the device with his visor. The internal mechanisms are impossibly complex. I'm seeing gear ratios that shouldn't physically work, energy flows that appear to loop back on themselves. This thing operates outside normal space-time. Want to try it? Calloway offered. Put something small in the intake. Riker removed his comm badge and placed it in the intake booth. He set the dial to fine and activated the machine. Gears turned. Steam hissed. Lights flickered in patterns that hurt to watch. When the machine stopped, the output booth opened. Inside was a comm badge that looked identical but functioned differently. When Riker tapped it, his voice transmitted across all Federation channels simultaneously, punching through subspace like a Priority 1 alert. Interesting upgrade, he muttered, quickly turning it off. SCP-914 is predictable in that it always produces something related to the input, Calloway explained. But what it considers refined is subjective and often disturbing. Put in a photograph on very fine, get out an image of how that person dies. Put in a book on rough, get out ashes and loose paper. The tour continued for 2 hours. They saw SCP-500 pills that could cure any disease, SCP-131, friendly eyeball creatures that prevented other SCPs from attacking, and SCP-1762, a box that once produced paper dragons, but now only screamed about a lost fantasy realm. Each anomaly was impossible. Each one violated fundamental laws of physics, and each one was real. Finally, they returned to the main chamber. Doctor, Calloway faced them with professional detachment. You've now seen safe-class anomalies, objects that, while impossible, are predictable and containable. Questions? I have several thousand, Data said. However, I will begin with the most pertinent. How does your organization's understanding of physics incorporate these violations of natural law? We don't, Calloway admitted. We document, contain, and prevent harm. Understanding is secondary to safety. That seems intellectually dishonest, Data observed. Perhaps, but when you're trying to contain a hostile idea that kills anyone who comprehends it, intellectual honesty becomes less important than survival. Picard stepped forward. Doctor, these objects are fascinating and disturbing in equal measure, but they're all inanimate or non-hostile. What about the sentient anomalies? The intelligent beings you imprison? Calloway's expression hardened. That, Captain, is tomorrow's lesson. If you pass today's evaluation, which is, we're monitoring your psychological responses, stress levels, and decision-making patterns. The question is simple. Can you accept that these things exist without attempting to study them, without trying to make them public, without compromising containment? Can you keep secrets that would fundamentally alter humanity's understanding of reality? You're asking if we can live with the burden of knowledge, Picard said quietly. I'm asking if you can carry the weight of necessary evils. Because that's what the Foundation is, Captain. A necessary evil. The moment you understand that, the moment you accept it, is the moment you become one of us. And if we refuse, then you forget everything and return to your comfortable, ignorant existence. Picard looked at his crew, saw the conflict in their eyes. The Federation was built on principles of openness, of shared knowledge, of transparency. But the Foundation operated in shadow, hoarding secrets, making unilateral decisions about what humanity should and shouldn't know. I need to discuss this with my crew, he said. You have 12 hours, Calloway replied. Then we proceed to Phase 2, or you wake up having never been here at all. The Enterprise crew returned to their ship, each of them carrying knowledge that burned like acid. The universe was not what they thought, and there was no going back. The Enterprise crew gathered in the observation lounge, the vast expanse of space visible through the windows behind them. Picard had called this meeting to discuss their options, but the weight of what they'd seen hung heavy in the air. They're asking us to become complicit, Dr. Crusher said, breaking the silence, to know about these anomalies and say nothing. Is that not what we do already? Data asked. Starfleet maintains classified information about numerous technologies and discoveries deemed too dangerous for general distribution. The Genesis device, for example, or the Omega Directive protocols. That's different, Riker argued. Those are Federation technologies, decisions made by our own elected officials. The Foundation operates outside any government oversight. Actually, Data continued, based on the files I accessed, the Foundation predates most modern governments and has agreements with numerous nations, including several Federation member worlds. They simply operate with such secrecy that even high-level officials rarely know of their existence. Worf leaned forward. The question is not whether the Foundation has authority. The question is whether their methods are just. They imprison sentient beings indefinitely without trial, without representation. To protect billions, Geordi countered. After what we saw with SCP-682 and SCP-173, can you honestly say releasing those things would be better? There is a spectrum, Troy interjected softly. The pizza box harms no one. The tickle monster brings joy. But 682 is a genocidal monster. Surely not all anomalies require the same level of containment. That is precisely the Foundation's classification system, Data explained. Safe, Euclid, Keter, Thaumiel. Each category determines containment protocols. Picard had been silent, staring out at the stars. Now he spoke. The Prime Directive forbids us from interfering with less advanced civilizations, even when we could help them, even when we see them suffering. We accept that burden because we understand that interference causes more harm than good. Is this so different? Yes, Crusher insisted. The Prime Directive protects culture's right to develop naturally. The Foundation denies people the right to know their own reality. Does it? Picard challenged. If I told you that tomorrow, a memetic hazard would be transmitted through subspace communications that would lobotomize every person who heard it, killing billions, would you demand the right to know its contents? Or would you trust that some things should remain contained? Silence. Captain, you're advocating for the Foundation's position, Riker observed. I'm advocating for pragmatism. Number 1. We've seen what happens when containment fails. Site-19 is a graveyard because one power failure released 2 anomalies. Imagine if all 5,000 SCPs were made public, studied by curious scientists, replicated by hostile powers, or simply unleashed by those who think they know better. So we lie to the Federation? Geordi asked. Tell them we encountered a research accident and move on. Or we become a bridge, Picard said. The Foundation operates in absolute secrecy. Starfleet operates with near total transparency. Perhaps we can find a middle ground oversight without exposure. accountability without compromising security. The Foundation will never accept that, Worf said. Then we make them. We have leverage now, knowledge of their existence, evidence of their operations, and the Federation's considerable resources. We can negotiate from a position of strength, or they can erase our memories and make this conversation meaningless, Crusher pointed out. Only if we fail their test, Data said. Which raises the question, what does passing look like? Before anyone could answer, Commander Vance's face appeared on the view screen. Captain Picard, the O5 Council has reviewed your psychological evaluations from the safe class exposure. You've been cleared for Phase 2. Report to Research Site 14 inches 1 hour. This time, you'll meet the prisoners. The screen went dark. The second testing facility was deeper underground, with far more security. Armed guards flanked every corridor. Reality anchors hummed at regular intervals. And the atmosphere itself felt oppressive, as if the weight of contained horrors pressed down from all sides. Dr. Calloway met them again, but now she carried a weapon, some kind of exotic energy rifle. Today you'll meet 3 sentient SCPs. Remember, they are contained for good reason. Do not attempt to free them. Do not promise them anything, and do not believe everything they say. The first cell contained a figure in medieval plague, doctor garb, black robes, leather gloves, and a distinctive beaked mask. It stood motionless in the center of its containment chamber. SCP-049. The Plague Doctor, Calloway explained through an intercom. It believes humanity suffers from a pestilence, only it can perceive and cure. Its touch causes instant death, followed by reanimation. Those corpses you fought in Site-19? All 049's work. The Plague Doctor turned toward the observation window. When it spoke, its voice was cultured, refined, and utterly wrong. Ah, new subjects. I can sense the pestilence in you, though perhaps less advanced than in others. Tell me, do you suffer from headaches? Fatigue? These are early symptoms, you understand. I could help you. I could cure you. All you need do is allow me to practice my craft. Your craft kills people, Picard said. Death is merely a transition state in the curative process. The cure requires elimination of the pestilence at the molecular level, which regrettably terminates basic biological functions. However, the resulting form is free of the affliction. Resulting form? Riker looked at Calloway. The zombies. 049 considers them cured. It genuinely believes it's helping. Monstrous, Worf muttered. Pragmatic. 049 corrected, somehow hearing through the thick glass. You imprison me, deny me the opportunity to save humanity, all while the pestilence spreads unchecked. Who, truly, is the monster? They moved to the second cell before anyone could answer. This containment chamber was larger, reinforced with what looked like lead and concrete. Inside sat a young girl, perhaps 12 years old, reading a book. She looked perfectly normal. SCP-239, Calloway said quietly. Reality Bender, Class 7. She can alter reality through will alone. When she was 8, she wished her abusive parents would go away. They did, erased from existence retroactivity. No records, no memories except hers. When she got angry at a bully, she turned him into a rosebush. When she had nightmares, the nightmares became real and killed 17 people. She's just a child, Troy said, her empathic abilities sensing the girl's loneliness and confusion. She's a loaded weapon with no safety, Calloway countered. We keep her sedated most of the time. When she's awake, we tell her she's in a hospital, that she's sick, that she needs to stay calm. Because if she ever realizes her full potential, if she ever understands what she can do, she could rewrite reality across an entire planet. The girl looked up from her book and waved at them, smiling innocently. Picard felt sick. The third cell was different. A simple room with comfortable furniture, bookshelves, even a window showing a false exterior view. A man sat at a desk, writing. He wore a pendant around his neck that pulsed with soft amber light. Dr. Jack Bright, Calloway introduced. Immortal. His consciousness is bound to SCP-963, that amulet. Anyone who touches it while he's inhabiting a body becomes his new host. The previous consciousness is overwritten, erased. We keep him contained because he's both valuable and dangerous. Dr. Bright looked up, grinned, and walked to the glass. Starfleet. Excellent. Tell me, how's the 24th century treating you? Still pretending the universe makes sense? Still believing in universal rights and dignity? You mock those principles? Picard asked. I mock the naivety. I've been alive for 73 years, Captain, inhabiting 41 different bodies. I've been men, women, different ages, different races. I've died violently dozens of times and woken up in a new host. You know what I've learned? What? That consciousness is arbitrary. Identity is fiction. The only thing that matters is survival, and the Foundation ensures humanity survives. Everything else, your ideals, your ethics, your federation, is just a pleasant fantasy we tell ourselves between apocalypses. You've been contained too long, Riker said. You've lost perspective, or gained it. Let me ask you something, Commander. If you could save Earth by sacrificing one innocent person, really innocent, a child, maybe would you do it? No, then you're a fool. The Foundation makes that choice every day. We sacrifice the few to save the many. We imprison innocent reality benders because the alternative is extinction. We contain sentient anomalies in torturous conditions because letting them free risks everything. There must be alternatives, Picard insisted. Name one. Go ahead. Tell me how you'd contain SCP-682 without torturing it. Tell me how you'd neutralize a reality bender without imprisonment. Tell me how you'd stop a memetic hazard without censorship. I'll wait. Picard opened his mouth but found no words. Dr. Bright's smile widened. That's what I thought. Welcome to the Foundation, Captain. Welcome to necessary evil. The tour concluded with a final briefing from Dr. Calloway. The Enterprise crew sat in stunned silence, processing what they'd witnessed. You've now seen both sides of containment, Calloway said. Harmless anomalies that we preserve and study, and dangerous entities that we imprison for humanity's safety. The Foundation's mandate is simple. Secure, contain, protect, not understand, not rehabilitate, not free. We contain threats and protect humanity from knowledge that would destroy it. Questions? I have one, Picard said quietly. How do you sleep at night? Poorly, Captain. But I sleep knowing that billions of people are alive because of what we do. That's enough. Is it? When you imprison children? When you torture sentient beings? When you appoint yourselves judges of what humanity deserves to know? Calloway's expression hardened. You want moral clarity? Fine. 30 years ago, SCP-2317 nearly broke free. It's an extra-dimensional entity that feeds on suffering. To keep it contained, we needed a constant source of human anguish. So we found the worst criminals, serial killers, mass murderers, the irredeemable, and we subject them to eternal torment in its containment chamber. Their suffering keeps the chains strong. It's horrible. It's unethical. It violates every human right ever conceived. My God, Crusher whispered, but 7 billion people are alive because of it. So you tell me, Doctor. You tell me if those monsters' suffering is too high a price for humanity's survival. You tell me if there's a better way. Because we've been looking for one for 3 decades and found nothing. The room fell silent. Your evaluation is complete, Calloway said, standing. The O5 Council will review your responses and make their final determination. You'll have their answer within 6 hours. Until then, you're confined to your ship. As they prepared to transport back to the Enterprise, Calloway pulled Picard aside. For what it's worth, Captain, I hope you pass. The Foundation needs people who still have moral compasses, who still question. Because the moment we stop asking if what we're doing is right, the moment we lose our humanity completely, we become the very monsters we contain. And if I fail? Picard asked. Then you'll wake up tomorrow having forgotten the worst truths about reality. And maybe that's mercy. Back on the Enterprise, Picard stood alone in his ready room, staring at his reflection in the window. Behind him, the stars burned with cold indifference. He had always believed that knowledge was inherently good, that truth should be pursued regardless of cost, that transparency and openness were fundamental virtues. But now he had seen things that violated those beliefs, truths that would drive people mad, knowledge that would end civilizations. The Foundation was right about one thing. Some things shouldn't be known, but they were also wrong about everything else. There had to be a better way. A path between total secrecy and dangerous exposure. Between pragmatic cruelty and naive idealism. He just had to find it. Before the O5 Council decided his crew's fate. 6 hours became 12. 12 became 18. The O5 Council's deliberations stretched on while the Enterprise remained in orbit, its crew confined aboard, waiting for judgment. Picard used the time to compile his arguments. If the Council granted him an audience, he needed to be prepared, not just to defend Starfleet's position, but to challenge the Foundation's entire operational philosophy. The call came at hour 19. Captain Picard, Commander Vance's face appeared on the Ready Room view screen. The O5 Council will hear your testimony. Transport to the following coordinates in 30 minutes. Come alone. Alone? Commander, I would prefer to bring alone, Captain. Those are the terms. The view screen went dark. Picard materialized in a chamber that existed in conceptual space more than physical reality. The walls seemed to shift between solid and translucent. The floor felt stable but looked like it extended into infinite depth. And seated around a circular table were 13 figures, each one obscured by antimimetic shielding that made them impossible to remember or describe. Only their voices were clear. Captain Jean-Luc Picard, O5-1, spoke with ancient authority. You have been exposed to classified information regarding anomalous entities and the SCP Foundation's containment operations. You have been tested. You have been evaluated. Now you will be questioned. I understand, Picard said, standing at attention in the center of the circle. Your psychological evaluation indicates significant moral conflict. O5-7 observed. You understand the necessity of containment, yet you object to our methods. Explain this contradiction. It's not a contradiction, Picard replied. It's a recognition of complexity. Yes, dangerous anomalies must be contained. But containment doesn't require abandonment of ethics. You imprison sentient beings without trial, subject them to conditions that constitute torture, and make unilateral decisions about what humanity deserves to know. These actions are not necessary for containment. They're symptoms of an organization operating without oversight or accountability. Oversight invites exposure, O5-3 countered. Accountability requires transparency. Both compromise security. Internal oversight doesn't require public exposure. A council of ethicists, rotated regularly, reviewing containment procedures and ensuring humane treatment. This doesn't compromise your operational security. And who would serve on this council? O5-11 asked. Who could be trusted with such knowledge? Starfleet officers, for one. We've proven capable of keeping secrets when necessary. The Omega Directive, the Genesis device. First contact protocols, we understand operational security, but we also maintain ethical standards. Your ethical standards are a luxury afforded by ignorance, O5-4 said coldly. You explore space, encounter new life, make grand speeches about dignity and rights. Meanwhile, we contain gods in boxes, imprison concepts in cells, and torture reality itself to maintain normalcy. Your ethics are irrelevant to our mission. Are they? Picard challenged. Dr. Calloway told me about SCP-2317, how you torture criminals to keep it contained. But has anyone explored alternatives? Have you researched other methods of containment? Or did you simply accept the easiest solution because no one was there to demand better? Silence hung in the chamber. We have limited resources, O5-2 finally said. Every hour spent researching alternatives is an hour not spent containing new threats. We make pragmatic choices. Pragmatism without principle becomes atrocity, Picard responded. I'm not suggesting you release dangerous SCPs. I'm suggesting you treat sentient anomalies with the dignity they deserve while maintaining security. SCP-239, that child could be given a better life. Therapy, education, companionship. You could help her control her abilities instead of sedating her into oblivion. And if we fail? O5-8 asked. If she has one tantrum, one moment of lost control, and erases a city, then you implement failsafes. Containment doesn't require cruelty. It requires intelligence and compassion working together. Compassion. O-4 laughed bitterly. Captain, I have overseen containment operations for 47 years. I have watched good people die because they showed compassion to SCPs that manipulated them. I have seen entire sites destroyed because someone thought they could reason with entities that exist beyond reason. Compassion is a weapon our enemies use against us. Then you've already lost, Picard said quietly. If you abandon compassion, if you become as monstrous as the things you contain, then what exactly are you protecting? A humanity that no longer exists? You'll have saved the species but destroyed the soul. Better soulless survivors than noble extinctions. O-4 shot back. Enough. O-1 commanded. Captain Picard, you make compelling arguments. But arguments are theoretical. Reality is practical. We will demonstrate why your idealism is inadequate. The chamber's walls shimmered and became transparent. Beyond them, Picard could see dozens of containment cells, each housing a different SCP. Tell us, Captain, O-1 continued. Which of these prisoners deserves compassion? The entity that feeds on children's nightmares. The concept of genocide given physical form. The living disease that converts all organic matter into more of itself. Where exactly do you draw the line between treating sentience humanely and protecting humanity? I draw the line at unnecessary cruelty, Picard said. Containment I accept. Torture I do not. Then you don't understand what torture means in this context, O-7 said. SCP-682 regenerates from any damage. Standard containment in an acid bath is the only method we've found that consistently weakens it enough to prevent escape. It's in constant agony. Is that torture or necessary containment? I don't know, Picard admitted. But I know that answer requires examination, not assumption. Has anyone researched other containment methods? Alternative solutions? We have, O-11 said. 17 different approaches, all failed. The acid bath is literally the least cruel option that actually works. Then document that, make it transparent at least internally. Create oversight that ensures you're always seeking better methods. That's all I'm asking. Not the abandonment of containment, but the commitment to continual ethical improvement. The O-5 Council fell silent, conferring in ways Picard couldn't perceive. Finally, O-1 spoke again. Your position is noted. However, you will now witness something that may change your perspective. SCP-106 has breached containment at Site-19. Your crew has volunteered to assist in recontainment. You will observe and understand exactly why compassion is often fatal in our line of work. The walls shifted again, showing live feed from Site-19, and Picard's blood ran cold. The Foundation alarms screaming across Site-19 carried a specific frequency, one that Foundation personnel had learned to fear above all others. Not the steady wail of a standard breach. Not the rapid pulses of a Keter-class escape. This was the slow, rhythmic toll of a bell. SCP-106 was loose. Commander Vance sprinted through the damaged corridors, his tactical team right behind him. All personnel, initiate femur breaker protocol. Get me a live D-Class volunteer now. Sir, we don't have any D-Class on site, a technician reported. They were all evacuated during the 682 breach. Then find someone, anyone. We need bait, or the corridor wall began to rot. Not melting, not burning, rotting. Concrete aged centuries and seconds, crumbling to dust. Metal oxidized and flaked away. The decay spread in a perfect circle, and from its center emerged a figure. SCP-106 looked like an old man, if old men were made of rotting flesh that dripped black ichor. Its skin was the texture of wet leather, its eyes empty sockets that somehow still saw. It moved with deliberate slowness, each step leaving corrosive footprints that ate through the floor. When it saw the Foundation team, it smiled. The old man lunged. Vance's team scattered, firing reality anchors and experimental containment foam. The weapons passed harmlessly through SCP-106 as it phased into its pocket dimension, then rematerialized behind them. One operative didn't move fast enough. SCP-106's hand touched his shoulder. The man screamed as his flesh began to decay, spreading from the point of contact like cancer on fast forward. Within seconds, he was dragged into the floor, pulled into the pocket dimension where the old man kept its prey. "Fall back," Vance ordered. "Get to." Another wall rotted. SCP-106 emerged ahead of them, cutting off the retreat. Behind its empty gaze was something worse than hunger. There was pleasure. The old man enjoyed this. On the Enterprise, Riker watched the tactical feed with mounting horror. "We need to help them. Worf, get a security team ready." "Negative," Data interjected. "According to the database, SCP-106 exists partially outside normal space-time. Our weapons will be ineffective, and physical contact is instantly fatal." "Then what do we do?" "We observe," Data said grimly. "And we learn." In Site-19's command center, Dr. Calloway worked frantically to activate the femur breaker protocol, a horrifying but effective containment procedure. They would lure SCP-106 back to its cell, using the sound of human suffering. Specifically, the sound of a human femur being broken. "We need a volunteer," she announced over the facility-wide comm. "Someone willing to undergo the femur breaker to save this facility. I'm not going to lie, it's going to be the worst pain you've ever experienced. But it will draw 106 back to containment." Silence. Then, "I will do it." Worf's voice. "Negative," Vance barked into his comm. "You're Starfleet, not Foundation. This isn't your responsibility." "It is now. I have faced pain before. I am Klingon, we do not fear suffering. Tell me where to go." Calloway transmitted coordinates. Worf transported directly to the femur breaker chamber, a nightmarish device that looked like a medical chair crossed with a torture implement. Restraints would hold the subject in place while a pneumatic piston would strike their femur with calculated force, breaking the bone cleanly. "Mr. Worf, you don't have to do this." Picard's voice came through his comm badge from wherever the O5 Council had taken him. "Captain, that creature has already killed 6 people. More will die if it is not contained. This is the logical choice. Logic isn't the only consideration." "No," Worf agreed, securing himself in the chair. "But duty is." The restraints locked, the medical sensors calibrated. Foundation personnel in the observation booth looked away. They had seen this procedure too many times, and it never got easier. "Activating on your mark, Mr. Worf," Calloway said softly. Worf took a deep breath. Thought of his son Alexander. Thought of his oath to Starfleet. Thought of all the times he had lectured others about honor and sacrifice. "Do it." The piston fired. The sound of breaking bone echoed through the chamber, followed immediately by Worf's roar of agony. Not a scream, Klingons didn't scream. But the pain was inhuman, transcendent, absolute, and through the facility's corroded corridors, SCP-106 heard. The old man's head snapped toward the sound, its empty sockets somehow focused on something miles away. It abandoned its current prey and began moving, phasing through walls, following the siren song of suffering. In the femur breaker chamber, Worf fought to remain conscious. His leg was a mass of white-hot pain, his vision swimming with black spots. But he kept roaring, kept making noise, kept being the bait. "It's working," a technician reported. "SCP-106 is approaching the containment cell." "Hold position, Mr. Worf," Calloway urged. "Just a few more seconds." SCP-106 emerged in the containment chamber, drawn irresistibly to the sound of breaking bone and agonized cries. It moved toward the femur breaker room, ready to claim its prize. The containment doors slammed shut, magnetic locks engaged. Reality anchors activated at full power, normalizing the local space-time to prevent dimensional phasing. Lead-lined walls reinforced with exotic materials created a box that even the old man couldn't escape. "For now, containment achieved," Calloway announced. "Medical team to the femur breaker chamber immediately." Dr. Crusher materialized in the chamber with her medical team before the Foundation could react. She took one look at Worf's shattered femur and went to work with her medical tricorder. Compound fracture, bone fragmentation, severe trauma to surrounding tissue. I'm administering pain suppressors and beginning bone regeneration. Doctor, Foundation protocol requires. A Foundation medic began. Your protocol can wait until my patient is stabilized. Crusher snapped, her hands moving with practiced efficiency. The tricorder hummed as it began knitting bone back together, a process that would take hours but would eventually restore full function. Worf's breathing steadied as the pain suppressors took effect. He looked up at Crusher with groggy eyes. Did it work? Yes, you damned fool. It worked. Good. Worf managed a pained smile. Tell the captain, I maintained my honor. You maintained something, Crusher muttered, continuing her work. In the O5 Council chamber, Picard watched the entire sequence with a mixture of pride and horror. Pride at Worf's courage, horror at what had been required. You see now, O5-1 said. This is the reality of containment. Your officer was willing to have his leg broken because it was the only way to stop SCP-106. No negotiation, no compassion, no alternative, just pragmatic brutality. And yet he volunteered, Picard countered. He chose to sacrifice himself. That's fundamentally different from forcing prisoners to suffer. Is it? Would you have ordered him to do it if he hadn't volunteered? Picard wanted to say no. Wanted to claim he would have found another way. But as he watched SCP-106 prowling its cell, saw the corrosion spreading from its footsteps, saw the malevolence in its empty gaze, he honestly didn't know. The Foundation operates on a simple principle, O5-7 said. We do what is necessary to preserve humanity. Sometimes that means breaking bones. Sometimes it means worse. Your Federation ideals are admirable, Captain, but they're inadequate for the threats we face. Then we make them adequate, Picard insisted. We find ways to maintain ethics while ensuring security. It won't be easy, but nothing worthwhile ever is. You still believe there's a better way, O5-4 said. After everything you've seen, I have to believe it, Picard replied. Because the alternative is to become monsters who justify our monstrosity by pointing at worse monsters. And that's a path that leads nowhere good. The O5 Council fell silent again, that strange non-communication passing between them. Finally, O5-1 spoke with something that might have been respect. Captain Picard, the Council has reached a decision. You and your crew have passed the evaluation. Not because you accepted our methods, you clearly haven't, but because you've demonstrated the ability to keep secrets, to make hard choices, and to work with us despite philosophical disagreements. The Federation will be informed of the Foundation's existence, and formal negotiations will begin to establish a working relationship. However, O5-3 added sharply, this comes with conditions. The Foundation's operations remain classified at the highest levels. Only a select group of Federation officials will know the full truth. Your crew will be required to sign non-disclosure agreements, with teeth violation means immediate memory suppression. And any Federation involvement in containment operations must be approved by both the O5 Council and Starfleet Command. Additionally, O5-11 continued, the Federation will provide resources for what you called ethical oversight. A joint committee will review containment procedures and research alternative methods. But the Foundation maintains operational control. If we determine an SCP requires current containment methods, that decision stands regardless of Federation objections. It's not perfect, O5-1 concluded. It's a compromise between your ideals and our reality. Can you accept these terms? Picard considered. It wasn't everything he wanted. The Foundation would still operate in shadow, still make unilateral decisions, still maintain secrets. But it was oversight. It was accountability. It was a step towards something better. I can, he said. On behalf of Starfleet, I accept. Then welcome to the Foundation, Captain. Or rather, welcome to the negotiating table. Because the real work starts now. The chamber dissolved, and Picard found himself back on the Enterprise's bridge. His senior staff looked at him expectantly. Well? Riker asked. What happened? We've entered a very strange alliance, Picard said slowly. One that will test everything we believe about ethics, security, and the nature of reality itself. But we remember? Data asked. We remember. And now we have to decide what to do with that knowledge. On the view screen, Commander Vance appeared one final time. Captain, the O5 Council has authorized me to share something with you. Something that might help you understand why we're willing to compromise. What is it? There are worse things than the SCPs we've shown you. Much worse. Things that make 682 look like a pet and 106 look harmless. We're not just protecting humanity from anomalies, Captain. We're protecting reality itself from forces that want to end everything, every universe, every timeline, every possible existence. The Scarlet King, Picard said, remembering fragments from the database. Among others, the Foundation has prevented 17 XK-class end-of-world scenarios in the last decade alone. We've stopped gods, imprisoned concepts, and fought battles in dimensions you can't imagine. And we're losing ground. Every year, containment becomes harder. Every year, more sites fall. We need help, Captain. We need resources, technology, and most importantly, we need people who still remember why humanity is worth saving. You'll have them, Picard promised. But you'll also have oversight. You'll have accountability. And you'll have someone constantly asking if there's a better way. Vance almost smiled. I suppose I can live with that. Welcome to the Foundation, Enterprise. Try not to go insane. The transmission ended. Picard sat in his command chair, feeling the weight of knowledge settle onto his shoulders like a physical burden. His crew looked to him for guidance, for reassurance, for some indication that everything would be all right. He couldn't give them false comfort, couldn't pretend the universe was still the orderly place they'd believed in, but he could give them purpose. We've learned that the galaxy is far stranger and more dangerous than we imagined, he said. We've seen things that violate everything we thought we knew about physics and reality, and we've been asked to keep secrets that would fundamentally alter humanity's understanding of existence. But we've also been given an opportunity to bring oversight to an organization that has operated without it for too long, to ensure that in protecting humanity, we don't lose our humanity, to find better ways of containment that respect both security and dignity. It won't be easy. Some of you may wish we'd never answered that distress signal, but we did, and now we have a responsibility to see this through. Questions? Worf raised his hand, still in sickbay via view screen, his leg regenerating in a medical brace. Captain, will we continue normal Starfleet operations, or are we now permanently assigned to Foundation liaison duties? Both, Mr. Worf. We'll continue exploring strange new worlds, but now we'll do so with the knowledge that some of those worlds contain anomalies that require containment rather than first contact. One more thing, sir, Geordi added. That statue SCP-173 is still in our cargo bay. What do we do with it? Picard had almost forgotten. Commander Data, can we safely transport it back to Foundation custody? Yes, Captain. Though I must admit I am troubled by its existence. It violates quantum mechanics in ways that suggest our understanding of observation and reality is fundamentally flawed. Add it to the list of things we need to study, Picard said. Under controlled conditions, with Foundation oversight, and with every safety precaution imaginable. And if we can't explain it? Troy asked. Then we contain it, Picard said simply. Because that's the burden we've chosen to carry. Secure, contain, protect. Not because we want to, but because someone must. The bridge fell silent as the Enterprise began moving out of orbit, leaving Site-19 behind. But the weight of what they'd learned traveled with them. In the cargo bay, SCP-173 stood motionless, stared at by cameras that never blinked, trapped in perpetual observation. In his pocket dimension, SCP-106 prowled its cage, already adapting, already planning escape. And across the galaxy, thousands of other SCPs waited in their cells, each one a violation of natural law, each one a reminder that the universe was far stranger than anyone wanted to admit. The Foundation had operated in shadow for over 2 centuries, containing horrors, preventing apocalypses, sacrificing everything to keep humanity safe. Now they had allies who would question their methods, challenge their assumptions, and demand better. It wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't always work, but it was necessary, because the alternative, letting the Foundation continue unchecked or letting the anomalies run free, was unthinkable. Picard stood on the bridge of his ship, looking out at the stars, and wondered what other impossibilities waited in the dark. He suspected he'd find out soon enough. The Federation had entered a new age, one where knowledge came with terrible burdens, where ideals clashed with pragmatism, where the line between protector and tyrant was dangerously thin. But they would walk that line together, the Foundation and Starfleet, shadow and light, necessary evil and noble idealism, and somewhere between those extremes, perhaps they'd find a better way, or they'd all go mad trying. 3 weeks after the Site-19 incident, Captain Picard found himself in a conference room that technically didn't exist. The location was classified beyond top secret, buried beneath Starfleet Command in a section that appeared on no blueprints, accessible only through transporter coordinates that changed hourly. Across the table sat 5 members of the O5 Council, or rather, 5 holographic projections so heavily encrypted that even looking at them caused a faint headache. Beside Picard were Admiral Nechayev, Starfleet's liaison to Starfleet Intelligence, and Commander Vance, representing Foundation operations. "Let's establish the parameters." O5 negative, one's distorted voice began. "The Federation now knows the SCP Foundation exists. In exchange for continued secrecy and operational support, we're granting limited access to our database. Emphasis on limited. A data chip materialized on the table, delivered via some kind of localized matter transmission that made Data's eyes widen with scientific curiosity. This contains sanitized files on 5,217 anomalous entities. O5-3 continued. Classifications, containment procedures, and incident reports. What it does not contain are classified containment methods, personnel records, site locations beyond those already compromised, or any information about Thaumiel-class objects. "Thaumiel?" Admiral Nechayev asked. "SCPs used to contain other SCPs," Vance explained. "The Foundation's most closely guarded secrets. You'll learn about them when if you need to." Picard studied the data chip. 5,000 anomalies. How many does the Federation already host without knowing? 17. Verified. O5-7 said. Mostly safe-class objects that were discovered and contained before the Federation expanded into those systems. We've been monitoring them remotely. 17 weapons of mass reality distortion on our worlds. And you never thought to inform us? Nechayev's voice could have frozen plasma. "Would you have believed us?" O5-11 countered. "Before Site-19, would Starfleet have accepted that a statue can snap necks when unobserved? That reality can be rewritten by a child's tantrum? We maintain secrecy because the alternative is mass panic and memetic contamination. Speaking of which," O5-3 added, "everyone in this room has been inoculated against basic memetic hazards. The injection you received before entering, that wasn't a standard vaccine. It was a cocktail of nestic compounds and antiemetic agents designed to protect your consciousness from info hazards." Data tilted his head. "Fascinating. My positronic matrix appears to have rejected the compound as incompatible with synthetic biology. Does this mean I am vulnerable to memetic effects? Possibly. Or your artificial nature might provide immunity. We're still researching how SCPs interact with synthetic consciousness." Picard inserted the data chip into the conference room's secure terminal. The screen filled with files, each one a door to impossible nightmare. SCP-008. Zombie plague that converts victims into aggressive viral carriers within hours. SCP-087. Infinite staircase descending into darkness, with something following anyone who enters. SCP-093. Red Sea object that opens portals to a dead alternate Earth consumed by religious horror. SCP-140. A book that retroactively adds history to an extinct civilization each time someone reads it or adds text to it, making that civilization's atrocities real in the current timeline. "My God," Nechayev whispered. "These are apocalypses waiting to happen. 16 of them have already happened," O5-1 said flatly. "We stopped them. We've prevented XK-class scenarios you don't even have classifications for." The only reason humanity still exists is because the Foundation has been containing these threats for 2 centuries. Which brings us to the arrangement, Vance interjected. Starfleet provides resources, ships, personnel, technology. In return, the Foundation trains your people in containment protocols and grants limited operational authority in joint missions. Define limited, Picard said. You can assist in containment operations. You can provide support during breaches. You can research safe-class anomalies under Foundation supervision. What you cannot do is unilaterally decide to study, move, or alter containment on any SCP without O5 approval. That's not a partnership, Nikhaev observed. That's you dictating terms. Yes, O5-4 said without apology. Because we've been doing this for 200 years and you've been aware of anomalous entities for 3 weeks. Would you let a cadet pilot the Enterprise on their first day? Picard couldn't argue with that logic, much as he wanted to. There's another factor, O5-7 said. The Chaos Insurgency. They're a splinter group that broke away from the Foundation decades ago. They believe SCPs should be weaponized rather than contained. They've stolen dozens of anomalies and used them for terrorism, political manipulation, and worse. How much worse? Picard asked. They once used SCP-406 to rewrite the genetics of an entire city's population, turning them into living weapons. We had to sterilize the area. 800,000 casualties. The room fell silent. The insurgency has recently expanded operations into Federation space, Vance continued. We've tracked 3 cells operating on Federation worlds. They're recruiting, stealing technology, and searching for SCPs we haven't contained yet, which means your people need to be trained immediately. Agreed, Picard said. When do we start? Now, Vance stood. Enterprise is being reassigned to joint operations. Your first mission, investigate an anomalous signal detected on Theta-7 colony. Could be a new SCP, could be Chaos Insurgency activity, could be both. You'll have Foundation advisors embedded with your crew. Embedded? Nechayev frowned. Commander, Starfleet doesn't appreciate outside authority on our vessels. Then Starfleet can investigate alone and potentially trigger a containment breach that kills everyone in the sector. O5-3 said coldly. Your choice, Admiral. Nikhayev's jaw clenched, but she nodded. Very well. Captain Picard, you have your orders. The Enterprise will serve as Starfleet's primary liaison vessel with the Foundation. God help us all. Back on the Enterprise, Picard assembled his senior staff in the observation lounge and dropped the encrypted data chip on the conference table like a bomb. We've been granted access to the Foundation's database. 5,000 anomalous entities, each one a violation of natural law, each one capable of causing catastrophic damage if mishandled. Captain, I must protest, Crusher said. Having this information aboard makes us a target. If any hostile force learns we possess it, they'll do exactly what the Chaos Insurgency is already doing, Picard finished. Hunt for SCPs to weaponize, which is why we need to understand what we're dealing with before they do. Data had already begun analyzing the database. His fingers moved in a blur across the console, processing terabytes of information in seconds. Captain, I am detecting patterns in the data. Certain SCP classes tend to cluster geographically. Others appear to be drawn to specific conditions, high population density, advanced technology, or strong emotional resonance. Meaning? Riker asked. Meaning Earth is a magnet for anomalous activity. The Foundation has contained over 300 SCPs originating from Earth alone. By comparison, Vulcan has produced 7, Andoria 2, and Teller Prime none. Why Earth? Geordi wondered. What makes us special? Unknown, Data admitted. The Foundation has multiple theories: residual thaumaturgic radiation from an ancient civilization, humanity's unique position in the multiverse, or simple statistical anomaly. However, one thing is clear. As the Federation expands, we will encounter more anomalies. Which is why we need to be prepared, Picard said. Mr. Worf, you'll coordinate with Foundation security to train our personnel in containment procedures. Dr. Crusher, you'll study biological anomalies and develop medical protocols. Commander Data, You'll analyze the database and identify high-priority threats. Everyone else, familiarize yourselves with basic SCP classifications. This is our new reality. Captain, Troy said quietly. I'm sensing significant anxiety from the crew. They know something has changed since Site-19, even if they don't know what. The secrecy is creating tension. Unavoidable, Picard replied. The crew doesn't have clearance for this information. Only senior staff and select personnel will know the full truth. For everyone else, we're conducting specialized research operations for Starfleet Command. Lying to our own crew, Riker said. That doesn't sit well. None of this sits well, number one. But the alternative is worse. The discussion was interrupted by an urgent transmission from Commander Vance. His face appeared on the view screen, and he looked grim. Enterprise, we have a situation. The anomalous signal on Theta-7 just spiked. Multiple reality distortions detected. We're reading at least 3 separate SCP signatures, all Euclid or higher classification. Mobile Task Force is en route but won't arrive for 6 hours. You're the closest ship. On our way, Picard said immediately. What are we dealing with? Unknown. But Captain? Vance's expression darkened. The signal pattern matches chaos insurgency encryption. Whatever's happening on Theta-7, they're involved. Which means this isn't just a containment situation, it's a war zone. The screen went dark. Picard turned to his crew. Red alert. Set course for Theta-7, maximum warp. And someone get me everything we have on chaos insurgency operations. If we're going to fight them, we need to know what we're up against. As the Enterprise leaped to warp speed, Data continued analyzing the database. His positronic brain processed threat assessments, containment procedures, and incident reports at superhuman speed. But even he couldn't process fast enough, because somewhere in the database, buried in encrypted files with multiple security locks, was a designation that made even the O5 Council nervous. SCP-096, the Shy Guy, and someone on Theta-7 had just looked at its face. Theta-7 was a modest colony, 8,000 inhabitants, mostly scientists and their families studying the planet's unique crystalline geology. It should have been peaceful, routine, safe. Instead, as the Enterprise dropped out of warp, they found hell. The colony's main dome was breached. Buildings collapsed inward as if crushed by invisible force, and through the destruction ran screaming colonists, fleeing from something the sensors couldn't properly track. Report, Picard ordered. Reading massive structural damage across the colony, Data said. However, I am detecting no weapons signatures, no explosive residue, no evidence of conventional attack. Captain, something is physically tearing through the colony, but sensors cannot identify what. Life signs? 7,342. Down from 8,900 recorded during last census check. Casualties are climbing rapidly. On the view screen, a building exploded outward. Debris scattered across the colony square. And for just a moment, the sensors caught something. A pale, elongated figure moving at impossible speed. Worf's console shrieked with warnings. Captain, unidentified entity moving through the colony at speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. It appears to be targeting specific individuals. Chaos insurgency? Riker suggested. Negative, Data said, his voice carrying an edge that might have been concern in a human. Commander, I have accessed the Foundation database and cross-referenced the entity's physical description with known SCPs. I believe we are dealing with SCP-096, also known as the Shy Guy. Picard's blood ran cold. He'd read that file. On screen. Show me everything. Data pulled up the classified document. SCP-096. Object Class. Euclid Description. Humanoid entity. Approximately 2.38 meters tall, with minimal muscle mass and pale white skin. Subject spends most of its time docile, sitting and covering its face. However, when any person views SCP-096's face directly, via photograph, video, or artistic representation, subject enters an enraged state and will pursue the viewer across any distance until they are terminated. Special containment procedures. SCP-096 must be contained in a 5 meters x 5 meters x 5 meters airtight steel cube. No video surveillance, no windows. Any breach requires immediate evacuation of all personnel and deployment of scramble goggles, Class D visual filters, to prevent facial recognition. Note: SCP-096 has crossed oceans, broken through reinforced containment, and survived tactical nuclear strikes to reach targets. Once triggered, termination is unstoppable. Standard procedure is to allow 096 to complete its objective, then recontain after it returns to docile state. Someone looked at its face, Picard realized. Affirmative. Data confirmed. And according to this file, there is no known method to stop SCP-096 once it has been triggered. It will not cease until the viewer is dead. Then we evacuate the viewer, Crusher said over the comm. Beam them directly to sickbay, seal them in a quarantine field. It won't matter. Vance's voice cut in as his transmission hijacked the view screen. 096 will find them. It always does. It can track its target across light years if necessary. Distance is irrelevant. Then what do we do? Picard demanded. You get everyone else to safety and you let it finish. I know that sounds cold, Captain, but there is no alternative. We've tried everything. Stasis fields, pocket dimensions, quantum teleportation. 096 adapts to reach its target. The only mercy we can offer is making sure it only claims one life instead of hundreds. Unacceptable, Picard said. There must be another way. Captain! Worf's warning came too late. On the view screen, a colonist ran through the settlement square, looking back over his shoulder at something pursuing him. The camera caught SCP-096 for just 2 frames. A pale, skeletal nightmare with arms hanging past its knees, and a face that was somehow both humanoid and utterly alien. In engineering, Ensign Marcus happened to glance at the view screen at exactly the wrong moment. His eyes focused on those 2 frames. On that face, and somewhere on Theta 7, SCP-096 stopped chasing its current target. Its head snapped upward. Toward orbit. Toward the Enterprise. Oh no, Vance breathed. Captain, who's watching your view screen feed? Who saw it? In engineering, Marcus felt a sudden, overwhelming dread, like being watched by something vast and malevolent. His hands began to shake. Engineering to bridge. LaForge's panicked voice crackled through. Ensign Marcus just collapsed. He's saying something's coming for him. He won't stop screaming. The colony's central dome exploded as SCP-096 launched itself into the sky. It moved with physics-defying force, jumping with enough power to achieve escape velocity without any visible propulsion system. It's coming for the ship, Data reported unnecessarily. Every sensor screamed warnings as the creature arced through space toward them. Shields up, evasive maneuvers, Picard ordered. The Enterprise banked hard, but SCP-096 adjusted its trajectory mid-flight. It crashed into the deflector shields with force that registered as a photon torpedo impact. The shields held, but 096 didn't stop. It clawed at the energy barrier, screeching a sound that transmitted through the shields via quantum vibrations, bypassing all dampening fields. Shields at 87%, Worf reported. It is adapting, growing denser, heavier, stronger. Sir, if it breaches the shields, it will tear through the ship until it finds Ensign Marcus, Vance finished. Captain, you need to make a choice. Sacrifice one crewman, or lose your entire ship trying to save him. Picard's mind raced. Every fiber of his being rebelled against the idea of sacrificing a crew member. But he'd read the file, seen the incident reports. SCP-096 had once chased a target from Earth to Mars, fighting through 3 Foundation task forces and a small army, killing 237 people before reaching its objective. Mr. Data, can we contain it? Unlikely, Captain. However, I may have an alternative. Data's fingers flew across his console. If we could somehow convince SCP-096 that its target is already deceased, it might return to a docile state. How do we fake death to something that can track across light years? We do not fake it. We temporarily induce clinical death, then immediately revive Ensign Marcus after SCP-096 departs. It was insane, medically risky, but possibly their only option. Dr. Crusher, can you do it? Jean-Luc, you're asking me to kill a man, to save him, and everyone else on this ship. A long pause. Then, get him to sickbay. I'll need 3 minutes to prepare. You have 2, Picard said. Bridge to engineering. Transport Ensign Marcus directly to sickbay. Emergency priority. Marcus materialized on a biobed, still screaming. It's coming. It knows where I am. It won't stop, it won't stop. Crusher's medical team held him down while she prepared the cardiac suppressant. I'm sorry, she whispered, then injected him. Marcus's heart stopped. His brain activity flatlined. By every medical definition, he was dead. On the Enterprise's hull, SCP-096 paused its assault. Its eyeless face somehow focused inward, tracking something that had just vanished. It screeched one more time, a sound of frustration, then pushed away from the ship. It's leaving, Worf reported with disbelief. Returning to the planet's surface. Now, Doctor, Picard urged. Crusher's hands moved in, practiced emergency rhythm. Cardiac stimulator, neural reactivation, cortical boost. Marcus's heart stuttered, caught, began beating again. His eyes snapped open, gasping. Did it work? Picard asked. Vitals stabilizing, Crusher confirmed. He's alive. But Jean-Luc, if we'd waited even 30 more seconds, brain death would have been irreversible. This was too close. On the planet below, SCP-096 had returned to its docile state, sitting in the ruins of the colony, covering its face. Foundation transports were already descending with containment teams. Vance's face reappeared on the view screen. Congratulations, Captain. You just accomplished something I've never seen before. You beat SCP-096 without loss of life. Data's lateral thinking saved the day. At what cost? Picard asked quietly. Ensign Marcus experienced clinical death. The psychological trauma alone. We'll administer Class B amnestics, Vance said. He'll remember the attack, but not the specifics, not the face. If he retains those memories, 096 might trigger again. More memory alteration, Picard said bitterly. To save his life and sanity, yes. Picard looked at his crew. At Data, whose artificial mind had found a solution where human thinking had failed. At Worf, ready to fight an unkillable enemy despite impossible odds. At Crusher, who had violated every medical oath to kill a patient in order to save him. This was their new reality. Impossible choices, pragmatic horrors, necessary evils. Commander Vance, what happened to 096's original target, the colonist it was chasing before? Vance's expression answered before his words did. We found him in 3 pieces, scattered across half a kilometer. 096 doesn't just kill, Captain. It obliterates. Be grateful you only had to see the aftermath. The transmission ended. Picard stood on his bridge, staring at the wounded colony below, and wondered how many more times he'd have to choose between impossible options. The Foundation had been making these choices for 2 centuries. Now Starfleet was joining them. And somewhere in the vast database of contained horrors, thousands more anomalies waited, each one a potential catastrophe, each one a test of how far they'd compromised their principles for survival. Helm, maintain position, Picard ordered. We stay until Foundation containment is complete. And someone get me casualty reports. I want to know exactly what price we paid today. The price, as it turned out, was 43 colonists dead, 14 buildings destroyed, and 1 ensign who would wake up tomorrow with gaps in his memory and nightmares he couldn't explain. But the Enterprise survived, and SCP-096 was recontained. By the Foundation's standards, that was a victory. Picard wasn't sure he agreed. The Foundation containment team worked through the night, securing SCP-96 inches, a specialized transport container. Picard watched from orbit, reviewing damage assessments and coordinating with local authorities to explain the industrial accident that had devastated the colony. More lies, more cover stories. Commander Vance transported aboard the Enterprise for debriefing. He looked exhausted, the kind of weariness that came from too many battles, too many compromises, too many bodies. 43 casualties, he said, dropping into a chair in Picard's ready room. Could have been thousands. You did well, Captain. Ensign Marcus killed a man to save him. And you call that doing well? I call it pragmatic. Welcome to the Foundation's moral calculus. Vance accepted the brandy Picard offered. But we have bigger problems. We analyzed the chaos insurgency encryption we detected. They were here, on Theta 7, 2 days before the incident. Doing what? Retrieving something from the crystalline caves beneath the colony. Our scans detected residual tachyon radiation consistent with SCP-297, a device that can create localized time loops. The insurgency stole it from Site 236 months ago. We've been tracking it ever since. Why would they bring it here? Unknown. But the timing is suspicious. 096. Escaped from Site 44 inches, the Gamma Quadrant exactly 72 hours ago. Someone released it. Someone knew its containment schedule and deliberately triggered a breach. Picard's eyes narrowed. You think the insurgency released 096 to cover their real operation on Theta 7? Exactly. 43 people died as a distraction, and whatever they took from those caves, it was worth that cost to them. Then we need to find out what they're planning. Before Vance could respond, the Enterprise shuddered. Red alert klaxons wailed. Bridge to Captain. Riker's urgent voice cut through. We're detecting weapons fire on the planet's surface. Multiple explosions in the northern settlement. Foundation personnel are under attack. Picard and Vance ran to the bridge. The view screen showed chaos. Foundation soldiers in tactical armor trading fire with combatants wearing unmarked black uniforms. But these weren't normal weapons. Reality itself warped with each shot, creating impossible effects. One insurgency operative fired what looked like a pistol, but instead of bullets, it launched crystallized time. The Foundation soldier it hit aged 60 years in 3 seconds, collapsing into dust. Another insurgency fighter threw a grenade that detonated into a swarm of living shadows that consumed their targets. They're using weaponized SCPs, Worf observed with barely controlled fury. This is a violation of every ethical standard imaginable, Picard finished. Commander Data, can we identify the anomalies they're using? Data's console displayed rapid analysis. The time acceleration weapon appears to be derived from SCP-113, a piece of red jade with temporal properties. The shadow entities match descriptions of SCP-280, a predatory anomaly that feeds on human consciousness. Captain, the Chaos Insurgency has successfully weaponized multiple SCPs. How many casualties? Vance demanded. 17 Foundation personnel confirmed dead, 34 wounded. The insurgency has superior firepower and tactical position. Not for long. Vance tapped his wrist console. All Foundation units, fall back to defensive perimeter. Enterprise, I need tactical support. Can your phasers target the insurgency positions without hitting civilians? We can, Worf confirmed. But sir, firing on the planet's surface without local government approval is authorized under Foundation Emergency Protocol 7, Vance interrupted. The local governor signed off 2 minutes ago. They're watching their colony turn into a war zone. They want this stopped. Picard made the decision. Mr. Worf, fire phasers. Target insurgency positions only. Precision strikes. The Enterprise's phaser arrays lanced down from orbit with surgical accuracy. 3 insurgency soldiers vaporized instantly. 2 vehicles exploded. The remaining attackers scattered, retreating toward the crystalline caves. They're making a run for it, Riker observed. Should we pursue? Negative, Vance said. Those caves are unstable and filled with unknown anomalies. We'd be walking into prepared kill zones. He tapped his communicator. MTF Epsilon 11, Eta 10, and Beta 7 converge on the northern caves. Suppress and contain. Authorization Level 4. MTF? Geordi asked. Mobile Task Forces. Our rapid response units. Each one specializes in different threat types. Epsilon 11 handles standard containment breaches. Eta 10 deals with reality benders. Beta 7 specializes in biological and chemical anomalies. On screen, 3 additional Foundation ships dropped out of warp. They weren't elegant like Starfleet vessels, they were functional, armored, bristling with exotic weapons. Transport beams deposited dozens of heavily armed soldiers who moved with military precision toward the caves. "Captain Picard," Vance said, "I need your people on the ground. My forces are good, but they're stretched thin. If the insurgency has more weaponized SCPs in those caves, we'll help," Picard decided. "Away team to Transporter Room 3. Combat loadout. We're going hunting." The crystalline caves were beautiful and terrifying. Massive formations of translucent mineral caught and refracted light in impossible ways, creating geometric patterns that hurt to look at for too long. The air tasted metallic, and deep in the shadows, something moved. The combined Federation Foundation assault team advanced in careful formation. Worf led the Starfleet contingent, his phaser rifle sweeping for targets. Beside him, a Foundation soldier with the designation Agent Mallory, MTF ETA-10, carried a weapon that looked like it had been designed by someone who understood physics too well. "Stay sharp," Mallory warned. "The insurgency loves ambushes. They'll use the terrain against us." "What should we watch for?" Worf asked. "Everything. They might have trapped the caves with anomalous triggers. Step on the wrong crystal, touch the wrong formation, even think the wrong thought in certain areas, any of it could activate a containment breach." As if on cue, the cave ahead collapsed. But the rocks didn't fall naturally, they fell upward, defying gravity, then froze in midair before shooting toward the assault team like projectiles. "Cover!" Mallory dove behind a formation as reality-defying stone shrapnel shredded the air where his head had been. The team scattered, returning fire. Phaser beams struck the floating rocks, vaporizing them. But more kept coming. An endless supply of weaponized geology. "It's SCP-123, Mallory shouted over the chaos. "Abandoned funland. It animates inanimate objects and turns them hostile." "How do we stop it?" Worf demanded. "You don't. You avoid it. Fall back to." A shadow detached from the cave wall and wrapped around Agent Mallory. He screamed as SCP-280 began feeding, his consciousness literally being drained away. His eyes glazed. His weapon clattered to the ground. Worf fired his phaser at maximum setting. The beam passed harmlessly through the shadow entity, no physical form to damage. He switched tactics, grabbed a flashlight from his belt, and shone it directly at SCP-280. The shadow recoiled, hissing. Light was its weakness, not just any light, but focused illumination that forced it to have defined edges, making it vulnerable. "Everyone, maximum illumination," Worf ordered. The assault team activated every light source they had. The cave blazed with artificial daylight. SCP-280 shrieked and retreated deeper into the darkness, dragging Agent Mallory's unconscious body with it. "Pursuing," Worf announced, already moving. "Wait." Another Foundation soldier tried to warn him, but Worf was already gone, his Klingon instincts overriding caution. The darkness ahead was absolute. Worf's flashlight carved a narrow beam through shadow so thick it felt physical. He could hear Mallory's ragged breathing somewhere ahead, still alive but fading fast. Then he saw them. The Chaos Insurgency had set up a command post in a massive cavern. Equipment, weapons, and most disturbingly, containment cells holding active SCPs ready to be deployed. Dozens of operatives worked with military efficiency, preparing for something big. At the center of it all stood a woman in black tactical gear with silver insignia, the insurgency's Delta Command rank. She was reviewing a holographic display that showed the Enterprise. "Target confirmed," she said into her communicator. "Federation ship contains Foundation database access and personnel with Level 4 clearance. Priority Alpha, acquisition. Prepare the asset." Worf retreated carefully, but a crystal formation crunched under his boot. The entire cavern went silent. "We have company," the Delta commander said calmly. "Release SCP-939. From a containment cell, 4 massive reptilian shapes emerged. Red scales, predatory intelligence, and worst of all, the ability to perfectly mimic human voices. "Help me," one of them said in Agent Mallory's voice. "Worf, please, it's killing me." "Please," Another mimicked in a voice Worf recognized as his own son's. "Father, help me." "Do not listen," Worf roared, more to himself than anyone else. "They are predators, deceivers." But hearing his son's voice, even knowing it was false, still made him hesitate. SCP-939 didn't hesitate. They attacked. The battle in the caves became a nightmare of conflicting realities. Foundation soldiers fought insurgency operatives while trying to avoid activated SCPs. Starfleet security struggled against enemies that used impossible weapons. And somewhere in the chaos, Worf fought for his life against 4 predators that hunted with his family's voices. "Father, why did you leave me?" Alexander's voice pleaded from a monster's throat. "You dishonor yourself, son of Moog," his father's voice accused from another. Worf's bat'leth sang as it cleaved through the first SCP-939. The creature's blood was acidic, eating through the cave floor. But it was still just biology complex, anomalous biology, but ultimately killable. He fought with Klingon fury, each strike precise despite the emotional warfare. By the time the cavalry arrived, the rest of the assault team, drawn by the sounds of combat, 3 SCP-939 lay dead and the 4th had fled into deeper tunnels. But the Chaos Insurgency was gone. They'd evacuated through a portable spatial anomaly, taking their weaponized SCPs with them. All that remained was their equipment, and a data console, still displaying the Enterprise as a target. "Captain," Worf reported via comm badge, his voice grim. "The insurgency is planning to attack the Enterprise. They want our database access and Foundation-trained personnel. We need to return to the ship immediately." Acknowledged. "Transporter room. Beam the away team directly to static." "Captain," Worf tried again. "Captain, respond." Nothing. On the Enterprise, alarms screamed as an unmarked ship decloaked off the port bow. It was small, fast, and bristling with technology that shouldn't exist. "Shields up," Riker ordered from the command chair. "Identify that vessel. Unknown configuration," Data reported. "However, it is emitting the same reality distortion signature we detected from Chaos Insurgency weapons. I believe the enemy ship fired. It wasn't a torpedo. It wasn't an energy beam. It was a weapon that fundamentally altered the definition of target and weapon until the two states collapsed into each other. The Enterprise's shields didn't block it, they became it. Reality inverted. The ship's defensive systems turned into an offensive array aimed inward. For 3 seconds, the Enterprise's own shields attacked the ship they were supposed to protect. "Shields down," Tactical reported. "Hull breaches on decks 7 through 12. Casualties coming in. Return fire." But the Chaos Insurgency ship was already gone, warping away before retaliation could land. What they left behind was chaos, and a message transmitted on all frequencies. The Foundation's secrets belong to humanity. The Enterprise's database will be liberated. Prepare for extraction. Riker slammed his fist on the armrest. "Red alert. All hands to battle stations. Someone get me Captain Picard now." But Picard was trapped on the planet's surface, cut off from his ship, while the Chaos Insurgency prepared their next move. The fragile partnership between Starfleet and the Foundation was about to be tested in ways neither organization had anticipated, and somewhere in the crystalline caves, something else woke up, something older and more dangerous than anything either side had ever encountered. The real war had just begun. The Enterprise limped back to standard orbit while damage control teams worked frantically to repair hull breaches. Riker coordinated from the bridge, but his attention kept drifting to the tactical display showing the Chaos Insurgency vessel's last known trajectory. "They're still out there," he muttered, waiting for another opening. "Agreed," Data said. "However, their attack pattern suggests they were testing our defenses rather than attempting full assault. I believe they will return with reinforcements." "Then we need reinforcements too." Riker opened a channel to Commander Vance. "Enterprise to Foundation Command. We need immediate tactical support and intelligence on Chaos Insurgency capabilities." Vance's response was unexpected. "Already arranged, Commander. I'm sending someone who can help. He's unconventional, but he knows more about weaponized SCPs than anyone alive." "Who?" "Dr. Jack Bright. You met him during your initial evaluation. He's being transported to your location now. Riker remembered the immortal researcher from the containment tour, the man bound to SCP-963, the amulet that allowed his consciousness to overwrite anyone who touched it. Commander, with all due respect, that man seemed insane? Dangerous? Ethically compromised? Vance's tone carried dark humor. All accurate. He's also brilliant, experienced, and has personally survived 17 Chaos Insurgency assassination attempts. If anyone can help you defend against their next attack, it's Bright. The transmission ended just as the turbolift doors opened. Dr. Jack Bright strode onto the bridge, wearing Foundation tactical gear and carrying a duffel bag that clinked with suspicious contents. The amber amulet around his neck pulsed with soft light. His current host body was a man in his 30s, athletic build, with eyes that had seen far too much. Commander Riker, Bright announced cheerfully. Excellent ship you've got here. Very clean, very organized. Bit too bright for my taste, but we can't all work in containment cells lit by dying fluorescence. He dropped the duffel bag on the floor. I brought toys. Dr. Bright, Riker said carefully. Thank you for coming. We need intelligence on the Chaos Insurgency's weaponized SCP arsenal, their likely attack vectors, and how to counter reality-bending weapons with technology designed for a universe that follows rules. Yes, I know. I've been briefed. Bright opened the duffel bag, revealing devices that looked like they'd been assembled by a mad scientist. First lesson. The insurgency loves psychological warfare. They'll hit you where it hurts. Relationships, memories, identity. That weapon they used? SCP-4587 derivative. It doesn't just damage shields. It corrupts the conceptual definition of defense in local space-time. Data's head tilted. Fascinating. A weapon that attacks not physical systems but the abstract principles underlying them. Exactly. You must be the android. Data, right? I've read your specs. Positronic brain, ethical subroutines, fully sentient. Anthropic principle would have a field day with you. Are you anomalous or just really advanced technology? Bright grinned. Don't answer. I'm betting on both. Dr. Bright, Riker interrupted, trying to maintain some control over the conversation. Can you counter their weapons? Counter? No. Mitigate? Maybe. Survive? Absolutely. Bright pulled out a device that resembled a modified phaser. This is a Scranton reality anchor, miniaturized for field use. It projects a bubble of normalized spacetime around the user. Inside the bubble, physics works normally. Outside? Who knows? Point is, if the insurgency hits you with reality-bending weapons again, anyone carrying one of these should survive. Should? Riker didn't like that word. Nothing's guaranteed when you're fighting people who weaponize the impossible, Commander. But should is better than probably not. I brought 40 of them. Distribute to key personnel. Geordi had been examining the device with his visor. Dr. Bright, these power signatures are off the charts. How are you generating this much Higgs field stabilization in such a small package? I'm not. The device is. Bright's grin widened. See, that's the thing about anomalous technology. It doesn't follow conservation of energy because it's drawing power from outside normal spacetime. We call it thaumaturgic physics, but really, it's just the universe being weird. You're using SCP technology to fight SCP weapons, Data observed. Fight fire with fire, as they say. Though in our case, it's more like fight impossible physics with differently impossible physics. Bright sobered slightly. But that's not why I'm really here. Commander, the insurgency didn't attack you randomly. They're after something specific, the Foundation database you downloaded. If they get it, they'll have detailed containment procedures for 5,000 SCPs. Every weakness, every breach protocol, every failsafe. They could weaponize the entire catalog. Then we delete it, Riker said immediately. Can't. It's encrypted with antimetic locks. Trying to delete it without proper authorization will cause the data to replicate across every computer system on the ship, including your replicators, holodecks, and medical databases. You'd be living in a ship where every surface displays SCP documentation. That seems like a design flaw, Geordi muttered. It's a feature. The Foundation doesn't delete information, we contain it. Even our data is anomalous. Bright pulled out another device. But I can help you protect it. This is a memetic filter. Install it in your main computer core, and it'll prevent unauthorized access to the database. Anyone without proper clearance who tries to read the files will experience immediate compulsion to look away and forget what they saw. Another cognito-hazard, Data said. Dr. Bright, your organization's entire operational philosophy involves using dangerous anomalies to contain other dangerous anomalies. Does this not concern you? Every goddamn day, Bright said, all humor vanishing. But the alternative is worse. I've been alive for 73 years, Data. I've inhabited 41 different bodies. I've forgotten what my original face looked like. SCP-963 stole my death, my identity, my humanity. But you know what? I'm still here, still fighting, because someone has to. The Foundation is built on necessary evils. We're monsters, containing monsters. And the Chaos Insurgency? They're monsters who think they can control monsters. Spoiler, they can't. The bridge fell silent. Dr. Bright, Riker said quietly. What did the insurgency do to you? They killed me. 16 times. Each time, I woke up in a new body, one of my own people, their consciousness overwritten, erased, gone forever. The insurgency thought if they kept killing me, eventually I'd break or go insane. Bright's laugh was hollow. Joke's on them. I was already insane. Before anyone could respond, the tactical console exploded with warnings. 4 vessels decloaking. Worf reported from Tactical, having just returned from the planet. Chaos Insurgency configuration. They are powering weapons. Here we go, Bright said, pulling a combat helmet from his bag. Time to see if Starfleet can dance with devils. The enemy ships opened fire simultaneously, each weapon bending reality in different ways. One fired temporal disruption torpedoes that aged their targets rapidly. Another launched spatial compression missiles that crushed matter into singularities. A third deployed what appeared to be living void absence of existence given form. Evasive maneuvers, Riker ordered. Return fire, full spread. The Enterprise's phasers lanced out, striking the lead insurgency vessel, but the ship didn't explode, it inverted. Its hull became an interior, its interior became an exterior, and its weapon systems became structural components. It was simultaneously destroyed and reconstructed into something new. What the hell was that? Geordi breathed. SCP-1437 technology, Bright explained, working frantically at an auxiliary console. It's a hole in reality that lets you access parallel dimensions. They're using it to phase their ships into alternate states of existence. Can't destroy what exists in multiple realities simultaneously. Then how do we fight them? You don't fight them in this reality. You follow them into theirs. Bright's fingers danced across controls. Data, I need access to your deflector array. I'm going to modify it to emit Kant counter vibrations. That is not a recognized scientific term, Data observed, because I just made it up. But trust me, it'll work. Data's ethical subroutines warred with pragmatism for 0.3 seconds before he granted access. Deflector control transferred. I hope you know what you are doing. I never do. That's what makes it fun. Bright activated his modifications. The Enterprise's deflector dish began pulsing with energy that registered on no known spectrum. Reality around the ship shimmered, and suddenly they could see the insurgency vessels as they truly were existing simultaneously across 17 different dimensional layers. Target the anchor points, Bright ordered. The nodes where all their dimensional states intersect. Hit those and they'll collapse back into normal spacetime. Worf locked weapons. Firing, quantum torpedoes struck the dimensional anchor points with precision. The insurgency ships screamed across subspace frequencies as their reality layering collapsed. 3 of them exploded conventionally. The 4th tried to escape. Oh no, you don't, Bright muttered. He activated another device, this one pulled from his pocket, looking like a modified communicator. Activate SCP-2000 derivative protocol. What does that do? Riker asked. You'll see, The fleeing insurgency ship suddenly stopped. Then it began moving backward, rewinding through its own timeline. In reverse, it undocked from its hiding place, reversed its approach to the Enterprise, and finally collapsed into a temporal paradox as it tried to exist both in the present and 5 minutes in the past simultaneously. The ship winked out of existence. "Jesus," Geordi whispered. "You just erased them from the timeline." "Temporarily," Bright corrected. "They'll reappear in about 6 hours, very confused and with massive headaches. But by then we'll be long gone." He looked at Riker. "Commander, the insurgency knows you're here, and they know what you have. You need to move. Now." "Move where?" "Foundation Site 17. It's our most secure location, and it's where we keep the really interesting stuff. Plus, there's someone there you need to meet, someone who's been containing anomalies since before the Federation existed." "Who?" "Huh." Bright's grin returned. "The administrator. The person who founded the SCP Foundation. And trust me, Commander, that's a conversation that'll change everything you think you know about humanity's place in the universe." The journey to Site 17 took 6 hours at maximum warp. During that time, Dr. Bright gave impromptu lectures on Foundation history, SCP classifications, and his personal experiences with dozens of anomalies. "SCP-682, he said to an assembled group of senior staff. "Fought it personally in 2347. Used a temporal displacement device to send it 3 seconds into the future continuously. Worked for about 2 hours before it adapted and learned to navigate temporal streams. Bastard showed up in my quarters and ate my favorite chair." "CP-173? He laughed. "That one's actually kind of funny if you don't think about the neck snapping part. We once had a containment breach where 173 got loose in a facility during a surprise birthday party. 40 people maintaining constant eye contact while trying to cut a cake. The footage is hilarious if you ignore the existential terror. SCP-2317. The Scarlet King. His humor died. Don't ask about that one. Just don't. Some things are better left classified." But when Counselor Troy asked about his personal experience being immortal, Bright's mask slipped completely. "You want to know what it's like? It's watching everyone you care about age and die while you jump from body to body like a parasite. It's forgetting what your mother's voice sounded like because you've heard it through 41 different sets of ears. It's being married 3 times and widowed 3 times because you outlive everyone. SCP-963 didn't give me immortality. It gave me endless grief. But I keep going because someone has to remember. Someone has to carry the weight of what we've done, what we've sacrificed, what we've lost." The observation lounge fell silent. "Dr. Bright," Picard said quietly, having returned from the planet's surface. "The Foundation has therapists, support systems. Why don't you use them?" Bright laughed bitterly. "Captain, I'm a walking info hazard. Every therapist who's treated me has either gone insane, killed themselves, or mysteriously disappeared. Turns out, knowing the intimate psychological details of someone who's lived 73 years across 41 bodies is itself an anomalous experience. So I cope the only way I can. I make jokes, I break rules, and I fight monsters. It's not healthy, but it's survival." "There must be another way," Crusher insisted. "There isn't. Trust me, I've looked. The Foundation isn't in the business of curing anomalies, Doctor. We're in the business of containing them, and I'm an anomaly contained by my own choices." Bright stood. "Now, if you'll excuse me, we're approaching Site 17, and I need to prepare you for what you're about to see." Site 17 wasn't on any map. It existed in a pocket dimension accessible only through specific transporter coordinates that changed hourly. When the Enterprise arrived at the designated location, space itself opened like a door, revealing a massive station that shouldn't exist. It was a city. An entire city suspended in its own reality bubble, protected by layers of exotic shielding and antimetic defenses. Thousands of personnel worked in structures that defied architecture, containing SCPs too dangerous or too valuable for standard sites. "Welcome to Site 17, Bright announced. "Home to 93 Keter-class SCPs, 247 Euclid-class, and one Thaumiel class, so classified that even I don't have full clearance. This is where the Foundation keeps its worst nightmares and its greatest secrets. And the administrator is here? Picard asked. Waiting for you in Containment Wing Aleph. Fair warning, Captain, the administrator isn't what you expect. Then again, nothing in the Foundation ever is. They transported to the station, and Dr. Bright led them through corridors that seemed to shift and reorganize when no one was looking. Security was everywhere, armed guards, automated turrets, reality anchors humming at every intersection. Finally, they reached a door marked only with a symbol, a single eye inside a triangle. This is it, Bright said. Beyond this door is someone who's been alive for over 300 years. Someone who's met gods and imprisoned them. Someone who knows more about humanity's dark history than all of Earth's archives combined. He opened the door. The room beyond was simple, a desk, bookshelves, and sitting in a comfortable chair, reading a paper book, was a woman who looked to be in her 60s. Gray hair, kind eyes, wearing a simple dress that could have come from any century. She looked up and smiled. Captain Picard, Commander Riker, welcome. I've been expecting you. Her voice carried authority that made admirals seem like cadets. I am the administrator. I founded the SCP Foundation in 1892, and I've been containing anomalies ever since. Please, sit. We have much to discuss. You're over 300 years old, Crusher said, medical tricorder already scanning. But my readings show you're biologically 62. How? SCP-006, the administrator replied calmly. The Fountain of Youth. We keep it in Containment Wing 12. I take precisely one sip every decade. Enough to extend life, not enough to trigger the anomalous side effects. She poured tea from a pot that steamed despite being cold. Now then, shall we discuss why the Chaos Insurgency is hunting you, what they plan to do with weaponized SCPs, and how humanity has approximately 3 months before they trigger an XK-class end-of-world scenario? The Enterprise crew exchanged alarmed glances. 3 months? Picard demanded. Give or take a week, the administrator said pleasantly. They're searching for SCP-2000, our civilization reboot machine. If they find it, they plan to use it not to preserve humanity but to replace it with their vision of perfected humans. Genetically engineered, anomalously enhanced, and completely loyal to their ideology. My God, Riker breathed. God has nothing to do with it, Commander. This is humans playing God, as we've done since we first locked an impossible thing in a box and pretended we understood it. The administrator sipped her tea. But you're going to help us stop them, because you've already proven you can work with the Foundation, adapt to impossible situations, and make the hard choices necessary for survival. What do you need us to do? Picard asked. The administrator's kind eyes turned cold as steel. I need you to become weapons. I need you to hunt the Chaos Insurgency across the galaxy. And I need you to do whatever is necessary, lie, kill, sacrifice to ensure they never find SCP-2000. We're explorers, not assassins, Picard objected. Then learn, the administrator said without sympathy. Because the insurgency won't hesitate to kill billions if it serves their goals. They've done it before. In 2378, they wiped out an entire colony world to test SCP-008's effectiveness as a biological weapon. 7 million dead in 3 days. We covered it up as a plague outbreak. The room spun. Picard gripped the armrest of his chair. You let 7 million people die? We didn't let anything happen. The insurgency killed them. We contained the fallout and prevented it from spreading to 50 other worlds. That's what we do, Captain. We make impossible choices so you don't have to. But now you're asking us to make those choices, Riker said. Yes, because the stakes are too high for moral purity. You'll compromise, or you'll die. Those are your options. Dr. Bright, who had been silent throughout the meeting, finally spoke. She's right. I've fought the insurgency for decades. They don't negotiate. They don't surrender. They burn everything they touch and call it progress. If you want to stop them, you have to become what they fear. And what's that? Picard asked. Bright's smile was predatory. Monsters with a conscience. The administrator stood, signaling the meeting's end. You have your assignment. Dr. Bright will coordinate operations. The O5 Council has granted you Level 4 clearance and access to specialized equipment. Hunt the Chaos Insurgency. Stop them from finding SCP-2000. And remember, Captain, in this fight, there are no heroes, only survivors and casualties. Choose which you want to be. As they were escorted out, Picard felt the weight of a new reality settling on his shoulders. The Federation had entered a war it didn't know existed, against an enemy that weaponized impossibility, with allies who sacrificed humanity to save it, and somewhere in the vast catalog of contained horrors, something far worse than the Chaos Insurgency was waiting. But that was a problem for another day. Today, they had to learn how to be monsters. Dr. Bright led the Enterprise senior staff through Site-17's most restricted wing, a corridor where even Foundation personnel with high clearance needed special authorization. The walls here were different, covered in symbols that seemed to shift when viewed peripherally. Thaumiel Wing, Bright explained, reserved for SCPs we use to contain other SCPs. These are the Foundation's most valuable assets, the things that keep reality from collapsing completely. How many Thaumiel-class objects exist? Data asked. Classified, but I can show you one, the one the administrator mentioned, SCP-2000. They reached a vault door that required 6 different authentication methods: biometric scan, reality anchor verification, memetic password, temporal signature check, quantum entanglement key, and finally, direct approval from the administrator herself. The door opened with a hiss of pressurized air. Beyond was a chamber containing a single object, a console connected to machinery that extended through walls, floor, and ceiling into spaces that sensors couldn't properly map. The device looked ancient and futuristic simultaneously, as if it had been built by a civilization that understood technology humanity wouldn't develop for millennia. CP-2000, Bright announced, also known as Deus Ex Machina. It's a machine that can reboot human civilization. Reboot? Crusher's medical mind struggled with the concept. You mean like cloning? More than that. It rebuilds society from scratch. Creates humans with implanted memories of lives they never lived. Reconstructs cities exactly as they were. Rewrites records so perfectly that no one remembers the apocalypse that killed everyone. Bright's voice carried a strange mixture of awe and horror. Captain, humanity has gone extinct at least twice. SCP-2000 brought us back both times. The statement hung in the air like a physical weight. That's impossible, Riker said. We have continuous historical records going back thousands of years. Do you? Bright challenged. Or do you have records that SCP-2000 created to give rebooted humanity a consistent history? How would you know the difference? Picard approached the console, examining the alien technology. What catastrophes destroyed humanity? The first time, unknown, it happened before recorded history. The second time was 1952. An SCP designated when daybreaks activated. The sun became deadly. Anyone exposed to sunlight melted into homicidal blob monsters that hunted in the darkness. 99% of humanity died in 6 hours. The Foundation activated SCP-2000, rebooted civilization, and made sure when daybreaks couldn't activate again. You're saying everyone alive today is technically a clone? Geordi's voice wavered. Not technically, literally. You, me, everyone born after 1952 were reconstructions based on genetic templates and fabricated memories. The original versions of us died in the sunlight, screaming as our flesh melted and reformed into something that wanted to make others like us. Troy's empathic abilities were screaming. The emotional resonance in the chamber was overwhelming grief, determination, and underneath it all, existential dread. This room has witnessed horrible things. Every time SCP-2000 activates, someone has to stay behind to push the button, Bright explained. Someone has to survive the apocalypse long enough to initiate the reboot. That person doesn't get rebooted, they die alone, knowing they saved humanity but will never see the world they restored. 12 Foundation personnel have made that sacrifice across 2 activation events. How does it work? Data asked, scanning the machinery with his tricorder. The power requirements alone are impossible by conventional physics, Bright finished. SCP-2000 draws energy from potential timelines, alternate realities where humanity survived. It collapses those timelines into this one, effectively stealing their continuation and applying it here. Every time we activate it, we're destroying countless other universes to save ours. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. The Chaos Insurgency wants this, Picard realized. They want to use it to replace humanity with their version. Exactly. They've been searching for SCP-2000's location for decades. If they find it, they'll activate it with modified parameters, creating a human race engineered to their specifications, anomalously enhanced, loyal to their ideology, and completely replacing everyone who currently exists. We'd all die, Riker said quietly, and wake up as different people. You wouldn't wake up at all. The you that exists now would be erased, replaced with someone who shares your genetic template but has different memories, different values, different everything. It's genocide disguised as salvation. Worf's hand instinctively moved to his weapon. Then we destroy it. Can't, Bright said. The O5 Council has tried. SCP-2000 is anomalously protected. Any attempt to destroy it causes an XK-class event that immediately requires its activation. It's a perfect trap. We have to maintain it in case we need it. But maintaining it means the insurgency might find it. Where is it located? Picard asked. That's classified even from me. Only the O5 Council and the Administrator know. But the insurgency has been systematically infiltrating Foundation sites, stealing records, kidnapping personnel. They're triangulating the location. Our intelligence estimates they'll find it in 3 months. Then we have 3 months to stop them, Picard decided. What's our first move? Bright pulled up a holographic display showing a star map with multiple markers. The insurgency has been hitting these sites, looking for clues. Their next target is likely Site 43. It contains records dating back to SCP-2000's construction. If they access those files, they'll narrow down the location significantly. Then we get there first, Riker said. Reinforce Site 43, set a trap, catch them when they attack. Risky, Bright observed, but it's the best option we have. Site 43 is in the Kalara system, 3 days at maximum warp. I'll come with you. You'll need someone who knows Foundation security protocols inside and out. The Administrator's hologram materialized beside them. Authorization granted. Enterprise will proceed to Site 43 with all deliberate speed. Dr. Bright, you have operational command of this mission. Captain Picard maintains authority over his ship and crew, but in matters of containment, Bright's word is final. Understood, Picard said, though he clearly didn't like it. Captain, the Administrator continued, what you saw here today must never leave this room. The knowledge that humanity has been rebooted would cause mass panic, religious chaos, and potentially memetic contamination, as people try to determine which memories are real. This is a secret that must be kept at all costs. More secrets, Picard said bitterly. More lies, more survival, the Administrator corrected. The truth isn't always liberating, Captain. Sometimes it's just another prison. The Enterprise departed Site 17 and set course for the Kalara system. During the 3-day journey, Dr. Bright conducted training sessions with the crew, teaching them to recognize Chaos Insurgency tactics and defend against weaponized SCPs. They love using SCP-008 as a terror weapon, he explained to a packed conference room. Zombie virus with a 12-hour incubation period. Release it in a population center, wait for the infection to spread, then swoop in during the chaos to steal whatever they're after. How do we defend against it? A security officer asked. Containment suits with HEPA filtration, immediate quarantine protocols, and if infection is confirmed, execution. SCP-008 has no cure. Once you're infected, you're already dead, just taking 12 hours to realize it. The security officer paled. Welcome to Foundation reality, Bright said without sympathy. We don't have the luxury of saving everyone. Sometimes you have to shoot your best friend in the head because they got scratched by a zombie. It sucks. You'll have nightmares. But billions of others get to live because you made the hard choice. In another session, he taught recognition patterns for reality benders. They often don't realize what they are. A child wishing their abusive parents would disappear, and suddenly they retroactively never existed. That's a reality bender awakening. The insurgency hunts for these individuals, trains them, turns them into weapons. If you encounter someone who can alter reality through will alone, do not engage. Call for Foundation specialists immediately. Data attended every session, his positronic brain absorbing information at quantum speeds. During one break, he approached Bright privately. "Dr. Bright, I have a question regarding the philosophical implications of SCP-2000. Oh boy, here we go. Hit me with it. If humanity has been rebooted, if my memories are potentially fabricated, how can I trust anything I believe to be true? How can I maintain ethical certainty when my entire existence might be a reconstruction?" Bright studied the android for a long moment. "You know what's funny, Data? You're asking the same question I ask every time I wake up in a new body. Am I still Jack Bright, or am I just a consciousness pretending to be him? Are my memories real, or are they just SCP-963's interpretation of a person who died 73 years ago?" What answer did you find? That it doesn't matter. Real or reconstructed, my choices are still mine. My actions still have consequences. The pain I feel is still pain. The joy is still joy. And the work I do still saves lives. Authenticity is less important than purpose. Data processed this. So you are suggesting that existential uncertainty should be met with pragmatic action rather than philosophical paralysis. Exactly. You can spend eternity wondering if you're real, or you can just live and let your actions define you. I recommend the latter. The former leads to madness. Yet you said earlier that you were already insane. Bright laughed. Touché. But I'm functional insane, which is the best kind. Now come on, we're arriving at Kalara System in 2 hours, and I need to brief the away team on Site-43's specific containment procedures. Site-43 was a research facility embedded in an asteroid orbiting a dead star. It had no native SCPs, it was purely an archives location, storing records too sensitive for digital storage or standard facilities. As the Enterprise approached, sensors detected something wrong. "Sir, I'm reading weapons fire on the asteroid's surface," Worf reported. "Foundation transponder signals are active, but half are showing flatlined vital signs. The insurgency beat us here," Bright said grimly. "They're already attacking. Red alert. Transporter room, combat teams to assault coordinates now." Picard didn't hesitate. "Make it so. Commander Riker, take Gamma and Delta teams. Dr. Bright, you're with them. Worf, provide tactical support from orbit. Data, try to access Site-43's computer systems remotely. We need to know what they've already stolen." The away teams materialized in chaos. Site-43's corridors were scarred with phaser burns, exotic energy signatures, and horrifyingly biological matter that had been turned inside out by some anomalous weapon. Foundation personnel fought desperately against insurgency operatives, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. The insurgency had brought weaponized SCPs. Riker watched in horror as one operative used what looked like a handheld device that aged its targets rapidly, turning a Foundation soldier into a skeleton in seconds. "All teams, engage," Riker ordered. The Federation forces joined the battle. Phaser fire lit the corridors. Bright used his reality anchors to neutralize some of the anomalous weapons, but the insurgency had prepared for that. They deployed countermeasures that destabilized his equipment. "They've adapted," Bright shouted over weapons fire. "Fall back to defensive positions. We can't win a straight fight." But retreating meant abandoning the archives. Riker made a split-second decision. "Delta team, with me, we're going for the archives directly. Gamma team, hold this position." They sprinted through collapsing corridors toward the central archive vault. Behind them, screams echoed as both Foundation and insurgency personnel died in equal measure. The archive vault was already breached. Insurgency operatives worked frantically to download data while their soldiers held off Foundation defenders. And at the center of it all stood the Delta commander Riker had seen in the caves, the woman with silver insignia who radiated cold efficiency. She looked up as Riker's team burst in, smiled. "Commander Riker, I was hoping we'd meet again. I am Commander Sarah Crowley, Chaos Insurgency Strategic Operations. Thank you for leading me to Site 43. We've been searching for these archives for years." "You used us," Riker realized with horror. "The attack on Theta 7, everything you wanted us to come here." "Of course. Starfleet is predictable, noble. You couldn't resist trying to defend this place." She held up a data device. "And now we have what we came for, the construction records for SCP-2000. 3 months ago I said we'd find it. I lied. We just found it now." "You won't leave this station," Riker said, raising his phaser. Crowley laughed. "Commander, I'm already gone." She pressed a button. The floor beneath her feet opened into a spatial anomaly, SCP-1437, the dimensional hole. She fell through, her team following. Bright lunged for the portal, but it closed before he could reach it. "No!" He slammed his fists against the floor where the anomaly had been. "No, no, no, no. They have the location. They know where SCP-2000 is." "Then we follow them," Riker said. "We stopped them before." "You don't understand." Bright's face was pale with terror. SCP-2000 is located in Yellowstone National Park, buried beneath the supervolcano. If they activate it improperly, if they make any mistake, they'll trigger a volcanic eruption that will cause an extinction-level event before the reboot even begins. We're not just talking about humanity being replaced, we're talking about the planet being sterilized first. The comm crackled. Picard's voice, urgent. "Away, team. Sensors detect massive energy buildup at Yellowstone. Whatever the insurgency is doing, they're doing it now. We have minutes, not hours." Bright looked at Riker with wild eyes. "We need to get to Earth. We need to stop them. And we need to do it without causing the very apocalypse we're trying to prevent." "How?" Riker demanded. Bright pulled out a device that looked like it had been cobbled together from spare parts. "I'm going to do something monumentally stupid. I'm going to use SCP-963 to jump my consciousness into the nearest insurgency operative we captured, learn what I can from their memories, then jump back before the strain kills the host. It'll take 5 minutes." "That's torture," Riker objected. "Yes," Bright agreed. "But it's necessary torture, the kind that saves billions. So ask yourself, Commander, are you willing to cross that line? Because the insurgency already has, and if we don't match them, we lose." Riker looked at his team. At the bodies scattered throughout the station, at the data showing Earth's impending catastrophe. He made his choice. "Do it," he said. And in that moment, another piece of Starfleet's idealism died, replaced by the pragmatic brutality of the Foundation's necessary evils. The war was escalating, and there would be no winners, only survivors. Dr. Bright's consciousness transfer was brutal to witness. The captured insurgency operative, a man named Torres, screamed as SCP-963's influence overwhelmed his mind. His eyes glazed, then refocused with a different intelligence behind them. "It's me," Bright said through Torres's mouth. "I'm in, accessing his memories now." The process took 3 minutes. 3 minutes of watching a man's face contort as 2 consciousnesses fought for control of one brain. Blood trickled from Torres's nose. His hands spasmed. Then Bright released his hold, his consciousness snapping back to his original host body. Torres collapsed, brain dead, his consciousness permanently overwritten and destroyed. "Got it," Bright gasped, trembling. "The insurgency isn't just after SCP-2000 to reboot humanity. They're cultists. They worship something called the Scarlet King SCP, 1-inch some documentation, a multiversal destroyer that exists across all realities simultaneously. They believe resetting humanity will weaken the barriers between dimensions and allow him to manifest." "A deity?" Data asked skeptically. "More than that. An entity that eats universes. The Foundation has kept him imprisoned through multiple containment procedures, but the insurgency wants him free. They think he'll remake reality into something better. They're insane. How do we stop them?" Riker demanded. We get to Yellowstone before they activate SCP-2000. The Enterprise can reach Earth in 90 minutes at maximum warp. But Commander, the insurgency has been planning this for years. They'll have fortified the location with weaponized SCPs, reality anchors, and God knows what else. This isn't a rescue mission, it's a suicide assault. Then we bring everything we have, Riker decided. Bridge to Enterprise, set course for Earth, maximum warp. Notify Starfleet Command and the O5 Council. We're going to war. The Enterprise leaped to warp speed, racing against an apocalypse timer. During the journey, Bright briefed the assault teams. Yellowstone contains the primary SCP-2000 facility, but it also houses 3 other Thaumiel-class objects we use for catastrophic containment. If the insurgency breaches those, Earth becomes uninhabitable even before they trigger the reboot. What are they? Picard asked, via viewscreen. Classified. But I can tell you one. SCP-2317, the Scarlet King's physical prison. It's a massive entity chained in an alternate dimension, accessible through a gateway beneath Yellowstone. The chains have been breaking for decades. Procedure 220 Calabasas keeps him contained. But if the insurgency disrupts it, the Scarlet King breaks free, Picard finished. How long before that happens? Unknown. Could be minutes. Could be hours. But Captain, if he breaks free, SCP-2000 becomes irrelevant. The Scarlet King doesn't just destroy humanity, he destroys the concept of humanity. Every human who ever lived, who will live, who could live across all possible timelines erased. It's omniversal genocide. The bridge fell silent. Then we don't let that happen, Picard said with steel in his voice. Mr. Worf, prepare all tactical teams. Dr. Crusher, set up field hospitals. There will be casualties. Commander Data, work with Dr. Bright to identify the insurgency's weakest defensive points. We're going in hard and fast. They dropped out of warp at Earth. The view screen showed a planet that looked deceptively peaceful. Blue oceans, white clouds, green continents. But sensors told a different story. Yellowstone National Park registered massive energy spikes. Reality distortions rippled outward from the caldera. And orbiting above, 3 Chaos Insurgency warships formed a defensive perimeter. They brought a fleet, Worf growled. And those ships are equipped with SCP-derived weapons. Our shields may not hold. They don't need to hold forever, Picard said. Just long enough to get teams on the ground, hail those vessels. The view screen shifted to show Commander Crowley, now aboard the lead insurgency ship. Behind her, cultists in red robes worked at consoles displaying symbols that hurt to look at. Captain Picard, Crowley said pleasantly. I knew you'd come. The Foundation's lapdogs, rushing to protect a status quo that benefits no one. Tell me, do you know what the Scarlet King promises? Freedom. True freedom from the tyranny of causality, the prison of linear time, the weakness of unmodified humanity. He promises extinction, Picard countered. The extinction of everything humanity has achieved, could achieve, might achieve, across infinite timelines. You're not liberating anyone, you're murdering everyone who ever lived or ever will live. Semantics. The Scarlet King will remake reality into something glorious, and you're too blind to see it. Crowley's expression hardened. You won't stop us, Captain. We've already begun the ritual. SCP-2317's chains are breaking as we speak. In 20 minutes, he'll be free, and your precious reality will burn. Then we have 20 minutes to stop you. You're welcome to try. The transmission cut. Immediately, the insurgency ships opened fire. But they weren't firing conventional weapons. One ship launched what appeared to be compressed darkness, SCP-1983's Void, given physical form. Another deployed temporal distortion fields that aged whatever they touched. The third fired mimetic ammunition projectiles that infected the minds of anyone who saw them, turning crew against themselves. Evasive maneuvers, Picard ordered. Return fire, full spread. All decks, mimetic countermeasures active. The Enterprise danced through impossible attacks. Phaser arrays converged on the lead insurgency vessel, but the ship phased through multiple realities, existing in 17 dimensions simultaneously, the same trick from before. They've adapted, Data reported. Our weapons are ineffective against their dimensional phasing. Then we adapt faster, Bright said, already working at a console. Data, reroute power from shields to deflector array. I'm modifying it to emit Hume radiation. It'll collapse their dimensional spread and force them back into normal spacetime. That will leave us vulnerable to their weapons, Worf objected. For 30 seconds. Make them count. Picard didn't hesitate. Make it so. The deflector dish pulsed with energy that registered on no conventional spectrum. Reality around the insurgency ships solidified, forcing them back into a single-dimensional state. Fire everything, Picard commanded. Phasers, quantum torpedoes, and photon bursts converged on all 3 ships simultaneously. 2 exploded in conventional fireballs. The third, Crowley's command ship, took critical damage but remained operational, limping toward Earth's atmosphere. She's making a run for the surface, Riker reported. Should we pursue? Negative, Bright said. That's what she wants, to draw us away from the real battle. Captain, you need to keep the Enterprise in orbit to prevent reinforcements. Send me and a strike team to Yellowstone. We'll stop the ritual from the inside. Picard studied Bright's face, seeing the determination, the recklessness, the absolute certainty that he was about to die but would do it anyway. Very well. Transporter room. Prepare to beam assault teams directly to Yellowstone facility coordinates. Dr. Bright, you have operational command on the ground. Bring everyone home. I'll bring home whoever survives, Bright corrected. That's the best I can promise. The strike team materialized in hell. Yellowstone's underground facility had been transformed into a ritual chamber. The walls bled. The air vibrated with chanting in languages that predated human speech. And at the center, a massive portal showed glimpses of something beyond a figure wreathed in crimson, bound by chains that snapped one by one. The Scarlet King. Even seeing a fraction of him through the dimensional barrier caused immediate psychological trauma. Several team members collapsed, screaming. Others turned their weapons on themselves. Don't look directly at it, Bright shouted, deploying reality anchors. Focus on the cultists. Stop the ritual. The insurgency forces fought with fanatical determination. They weren't just soldiers. They were believers, willing to die for their cause. And they had SCPs. One cultist released SCP-173 from a portable containment unit. The statue immediately snapped the necks of 2 Foundation soldiers who made the mistake of blinking. Another deployed SCP-939 seconds, the voice-mimicking predators, which began hunting through the facility using the screams of dying personnel to lure victims. And Commander Crowley stood before the portal, conducting the ritual with her own blood, her voice rising in eldritch harmonics. For the King in Crimson, for the end of all chains, for the death of causality itself. Worf led the assault, his bat'leth singing as it cleaved through cultists. Beside him, Foundation MTF operatives used reality anchors and exotic weapons to push toward the portal. But for every insurgency fighter that fell, the ritual grew stronger. Bright, Worf shouted over the chaos. We cannot reach her in time. The chains are failing. On the Enterprise, Data detected catastrophic reality destabilization. Captain, the dimensional barriers around Earth are collapsing. If SCP-2317 fully manifests, the planet has approximately 4 minutes before total existence failure. Can we bombard the site from orbit? Picard demanded. Negative. The ritual is protected by reality anchors. Conventional weapons will be ineffective. We need someone to disrupt it from inside. Picard made his decision. Bridge to transporter room. Beam me directly into the ritual chamber. Captain, that's suicide, Riker objected. Then it's suicide, Picard said calmly. Energize. He materialized beside Dr. Bright, phaser in hand. The pressure of the Scarlet King's proximity was overwhelming, like standing at the edge of a black hole, feeling reality itself bending around the gravity of his existence. Captain, Bright said with genuine surprise. You shouldn't be here. Where else would I be? Picard aimed his phaser at Commander Crowley. Stop the ritual. Now. Crowley laughed, blood streaming from her eyes, nose, and ears, the cost of channeling such power. Or what? You'll kill me? I'm already dead, Captain. We all are. The moment the king manifests, causality itself ends. Past, present, future, all meaningless, all erased. Then I'm not asking, Picard said. He fired. The phaser beam struck Crowley directly in the chest. She staggered, the ritual chant faltering. But it wasn't enough. The momentum of the ritual continued, powered by the dying cultists, by the breaking chains, by the Scarlet King's own desire for freedom. It's not working, Bright shouted. We need to close the portal from this side. Someone has to physically enter the dimensional prison and manually engage the emergency seals. That's suicide, Picard said. Yes. They locked eyes. Bright's expression said everything. This was always how it would end. For him, death had no meaning. He'd died 16 times before. What was one more? Tell the Foundation I'm sorry, Bright said. Then he ran, directly toward the portal, directly toward the Scarlet King. No. Picard lunged after him, but Foundation soldiers held him back. Bright dove through the dimensional barrier and materialized in SCP-2317's prison dimension. The Scarlet King loomed before him, a being so vast that human eyes couldn't process his full form. Chains thick as starships wrapped around limbs that existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously, and those chains were breaking. Bright sprinted for the control mechanism, an ancient device built by a civilization that had imprisoned the Scarlet King eons ago. His fingers flew across controls that burned his flesh to touch, but he didn't stop. Close, he screamed, slamming the emergency seal activation. The dimensional portal began to collapse. The Scarlet King roared a sound that echoed across all possible timelines, that could be heard in every moment of human history simultaneously. And as the portal sealed, one massive crimson hand reached through, grasping for Bright. It caught him. Bright's last thought, transmitted through SCP-963 back to his original amulet, was surprisingly peaceful. Finally, rest. Then the portal closed completely. The Scarlet King was sealed. Earth was saved. And Dr. Jack Bright was gone. The aftermath was chaos. Foundation personnel secured the facility, terminating remaining cultists and recontaining breached SCPs. Starfleet medical teams treated the wounded. And in orbit, the Enterprise assessed damage. But in the ritual chamber, Picard stood alone, staring at the sealed dimensional portal. He saved us, Worf said quietly, approaching. He sacrificed himself so billions could live. He shouldn't have had to, Picard replied. There should have been another way, but there was not. This is the Foundation's reality, Captain. This is what they do every day, make impossible sacrifices so the rest of humanity can sleep peacefully. Picard picked up SCP-963 from where it had fallen. The amulet was dark now, its amber glow extinguished. Whatever consciousness had been, Jack Bright was truly gone, torn apart by the Scarlet King, erased even from the amulet's anomalous preservation. Captain, Data's voice crackled over the comm badge. We are receiving a transmission from the O5 Council. Picard transported back to the Enterprise. On the view screen, O5-1's distorted image appeared. Captain Picard, the Scarlet King has been resealed. SCP-2000 remains secure. Earth is safe. On behalf of the O5 Council and all humanity, thank you. Dr. Bright is dead, Picard said flatly. He died stopping your apocalypse. Dr. Bright died doing what he always did, protecting humanity at any cost. He will be remembered. His sacrifice will be honored. O5-1 paused. Captain, you've now seen the Foundation's darkest operations. You've witnessed what we contain, what we sacrifice, what we lose. Do you still question our methods? Picard wanted to say yes, wanted to argue that there had to be better ways. But he'd seen the Scarlet King, felt the weight of omniversal extinction pressing against reality, watched a man sacrifice himself because it was the only option left. I question them, he said finally, and I always will, because the moment you stop questioning, the moment you accept atrocity as necessary without constant re-evaluation, you become the very monsters you contain. Dr. Bright understood that. He questioned everything, including himself. That's why he could make the sacrifice, because he never stopped caring, never stopped being human despite everything he'd lost. An interesting perspective, O-1 said. Perhaps one the Foundation needs more of. Captain, your partnership with us has been educational for both sides. The O5 Council has decided to grant you Level 5 clearance, the highest tier short of Council membership itself. You will have access to our most classified operations. In return, you will continue hunting the remaining Chaos Insurgency cells. They've been weakened, but not destroyed. Agreed, Picard said. But I want something in return, full transparency about what the Foundation contains. No more surprises, no more hidden apocalypses. Transparency comes with a price, Captain. Knowledge of certain SCPs can be lethal, but we'll provide what we can. O-1's image began to fade. Welcome to the deep end, Captain Picard. Try not to drown. The transmission ended. Picard slumped into his command chair, feeling the weight of everything that had happened. Bright's sacrifice, the Scarlet King's near manifestation, the knowledge that Earth had been minutes from omniversal extinction. Captain, Troy said softly, the crew needs to see that you're all right. They're afraid. So am I, Counselor. So am I. But he stood anyway, straightened his uniform, put on the mask of command that had carried him through countless crises. All hands, this is the captain. Today, we prevented a catastrophe that would have ended not just Earth, but all possible Earths across all timelines. We lost a valuable ally and a brilliant, if troubled, mind. Dr. Jack Bright gave his life so billions could continue living. He will be remembered. The Foundation will remember him. And we will honor his sacrifice by continuing the work containing impossibilities, protecting humanity, and constantly questioning whether our methods serve our values. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. We're now part of something larger than Starfleet, larger than the Federation. We're guardians of reality itself. It's a burden I never wanted, but one we must carry. Secure, contain, protect. That's our new mission, and we will execute it with honor, with integrity, and with the full knowledge that every compromise we make, every line we cross, must be justified by the lives we save. Captain Picard out. In sickbay, Dr. Crusher worked on a Foundation operative whose arm had been turned inside out by an anomalous weapon. This is impossible, she muttered. The biology doesn't work. He should be dead. But he's not, her nurse replied. That's the Foundation's world, Doctor. Impossibilities made flesh. On the bridge, Data processed everything he'd witnessed. His ethical subroutines flagged 17 violations of Federation law, 33 violations of sentient rights, and 412 logical impossibilities. Yet he couldn't argue with the results. Earth still existed. Humanity still lived. Perhaps, he said to himself, ethics must sometimes bend to accommodate survival. A troubling conclusion, but one supported by empirical evidence. In his quarters, Worf meditated on honor and sacrifice. Bright's death had been honorable, a warrior's choice, made freely, accepting the cost. But the circumstances leading to it felt dishonorable. Secrets within secrets, lies upon lies. How could one maintain integrity in an organization built on deception? He had no answer. And in his ready room, Picard stared at SCP-963's dark amulet. He'd ordered it placed in the Enterprise's most secure storage, just in case some fragment of Bright's consciousness remained. But he knew the truth. Jack Bright was gone. And in his place was a reminder of what the Foundation demanded: everything you were, everything you could be, sacrificed on the altar of humanity's survival. Was it worth it? Picard asked the empty room. The amulet didn't answer. But somewhere, in 17 dimensions simultaneously, the Scarlet King tested his chains and found them weaker than before. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. SCP-239, the reality-bending child, woke during transit to a new facility. Her nightmares became real. The Enterprise's corridors transformed into impossible geometries. Crew members found themselves living out their worst fears made manifest. Data's immunity to emotional manipulation allowed him to approach her. But it was Counselor Troy who ultimately calmed the child. using empathic abilities to soothe her terror and convince her to sleep. The Foundation arrived too late to help, but witnessed something unprecedented. Starfleet personnel successfully containing a Class 7 reality bender through compassion rather than force. It changed their protocols. Not much, but enough. The Global Occult Coalition attacked the Joint Foundation Starfleet facility, believing containment was too dangerous. Their philosophy: destroy all anomalies, ensure nothing supernatural survives. A three-way battle erupted. The Enterprise caught between Foundation forces trying to preserve SCPs and GOC operatives trying to destroy them. Picard brokered a temporary ceasefire by demonstrating that some anomalies like SCP-999 were actively beneficial. The GOC withdrew, but the ideological war continued. Destroy versus contain. Security through elimination versus preservation. Both sides believed they protected humanity. Neither could prove they were right. An away team investigating a spatial anomaly became trapped in SCP-3008, an infinite IKEA with hostile staff entities that attacked at night. For 3 days, they survived by building fortifications from furniture and rationing replicated supplies. The rescue was a joint operation requiring precise timing and reality anchors to find the randomly appearing exit. All personnel survived, but reported psychological trauma from the isolation and relentless attacks. The incident proved that even safe-class anomalies could be deadly under wrong circumstances. The Federation Council emergency session was unlike anything in its history. Picard testified about the SCP Foundation, about the contained horrors, about humanity's multiple extinctions and reboots. The vote was close. 53% in favor of continued cooperation, 47% demanding the Foundation's dissolution. The compromise was uncomfortable. The Federation would work with the Foundation but demand oversight, transparency, and ethical review of all containment procedures. The Foundation agreed to limited transparency, not full disclosure that would cause the memetic contamination they'd always feared, but enough to satisfy Federation demands for accountability. It was an imperfect solution to an impossible problem, and as the Enterprise departed Earth orbit, crew exhausted, ship damaged, ideals compromised but intact, they received a transmission from Site-01, from the administrator herself. Captain Picard, you've survived your introduction to the Foundation's world. Congratulations. Now comes the hard part: living in it. We're detecting anomalous signals across the galaxy. The Chaos Insurgency is rebuilding, and something else is stirring. Something that makes the Scarlet King look small. What? Picard demanded. We don't know yet, but it's coming. And when it arrives, everything you've learned, every compromise you've made, every horror you've witnessed, it will all be preparation for the real war. The Great Filter is approaching, Captain, and humanity has approximately 6 months to prepare. I suggest you use them wisely. The transmission ended. Picard looked at his crew, at Riker, hardened by battles against impossible enemies, at Data, struggling to reconcile ethics with survival, at Worf, honoring warriors who sacrificed everything, at Crusher, healing wounds that violated biology, at Troy, sensing fears that transcended normal psychology. They'd entered this partnership naive, believing exploration and diplomacy could solve everything. Now they knew better. The universe was darker than they'd imagined, more dangerous than they'd prepared for, and the Foundation's necessary evils were necessary because the alternative was extinction. Set course for the frontier, Picard ordered. We've got work to do, monsters to contain, anomalies to secure, and humanity to protect. Secure, contain, protect, Riker repeated quietly. It had become more than a motto. It was their new reality, and there was no going back. 6 months after the Scarlet King incident, the Enterprise patrolled the edge of Federation space, investigating anomalous readings that had become disturbingly routine. Picard stood on the bridge reviewing containment reports when Commander Vance's emergency transmission cut through. Enterprise, we have a code black scenario. Site-19 has gone dark, all personnel unresponsive. Last transmission indicated discovery of classified information related to SCP-5000, the Y suit. We're dispatching MTF units. But you're closer. Get there now. The urgency in Vance's voice sent ice through Picard's veins. What's SCP-5000? A suit that allows the wearer to perceive truth, absolute, unfiltered truth about reality. The last time someone used it, they tried to exterminate humanity. We thought we'd contained it. We were wrong. The Enterprise arrived at Site-19 to find horror beyond comprehension. The facility's defensive systems had been turned inward. Bodies littered every corridor, but these weren't killed by anomalies. They'd been executed with clinical precision by Foundation personnel. "Captain," Data reported, his voice carrying uncharacteristic tension. "I am detecting approximately 40 Foundation operatives alive within the facility. However, their vital signs indicate extreme psychological stress and, Captain, they are systematically terminating all remaining survivors." "Why?" Riker demanded. The answer came over the facility's emergency broadcast system. A Foundation researcher's voice, calm and analytical. "Humanity is infected. We finally understand. The entity in the collective unconscious, it's not human nature, it's a parasite. Pain, empathy, compassion, all anomalous infections designed to keep humanity docile while it feeds. We must purge the infection. We must eliminate all human life." "My God," Crusher whispered. "They've gone insane." "No," Data corrected, analyzing the broadcast's linguistic patterns. "They are not insane. Their logic is internally consistent. They believe they have discovered a fundamental truth about human consciousness, that humanity itself is anomalous, infected by an entity that creates the sensation of suffering and emotional attachment." Worf's jaw clenched. "If they believe humanity is infected, they will try to destroy it. All of it." "Exactly," Vance confirmed over comms. SCP-5000 reveals a truth so terrible that anyone who perceives it concludes extinction is mercy. The rogue operatives are accessing Foundation armories, releasing Keter-class SCPs, and systematically breaching every containment protocol. They're weaponizing our own arsenal against humanity. Picard made his decision. "Security teams, prepare for hostile engagement. These are not criminals, they're victims of memetic contamination. Use non-lethal force when possible. Our priority is stopping the breach and securing SCP-5000. The away team materialized in Site-19's chaos. Foundation personnel who had discovered the truth fought with terrifying efficiency. They weren't enraged or manic, they were coldly logical, executing a plan to end human suffering by ending human existence. "Target the empathy centers," one rogue operative explained to his team as they methodically executed prisoners. "The parasite uses emotional attachment as a vector. Eliminate consciousness, eliminate the infection." Worf's security team engaged with stun settings. The rogue operatives adapted immediately, using Foundation training to counter Starfleet tactics. But they were outnumbered. "Main Armory, Section 7, Data reported. I am detecting SCP-5000's energy signature. Someone is currently wearing the suit." They fought through collapsing corridors toward the armory. Bodies of Foundation personnel who'd resisted the purge lay everywhere, executed by their own colleagues, by people they'd worked beside for years. In the armory, a figure in an archaic pressure suit stood accessing the facility's containment systems. Through the suit's faceplate, they could see Dr. Calloway, the researcher who'd guided them through their first SCP exposure. "Doctor," Picard called out. "Stop this. Whatever you think you've learned, I don't think, Captain." "I know." Calloway's voice was eerily calm. "SCP-5000 allowed me to perceive the entity. It's in all of us, embedded in the collective unconscious. It feeds on our suffering, our empathy, our connections. Every emotion you feel is artificially generated to sustain it. We're not protecting humanity by containing anomalies. We're protecting the parasite by keeping its food source alive." "That's insane," Crusher protested. "Is it? Doctor, you've spent your life healing people. Why does healing feel good? Why does saving lives generate emotional satisfaction?" "Because the entity rewards behavior that sustains its food source. Every act of compassion, every bond of love, they're chains, keeping us enslaved to something that shouldn't exist." Data stepped forward. "Dr. Calloway, I am an android. I possess no biological substrate for this theoretical parasite to inhabit, yet I value compassion, friendship, and the preservation of life. How do you explain this? Calloway paused, genuinely considering the question. You're an anomaly. Your existence suggests consciousness can develop ethics independently of the infection. You're proof that humanity doesn't need the parasite to survive. We'd be better without it. Or, Picard countered, he's proof that empathy and compassion are fundamental to consciousness itself, not parasitic infections. You're interpreting data through a lens of horror and concluding extinction is justified. I'm interpreting truth, Captain. And the truth is that humanity's suffering serves something else. Something that doesn't care about us. Ending humanity ends its food source. Extinction is mercy. It's murder, Worf growled. Same thing. From a certain perspective. Calloway activated the containment breach protocols. Throughout Site-19, cell doors opened. Alarms screamed as Keter-class SCPs were released into the facility. You've doomed us all. Vance's voice crackled over comms from orbit. No, Calloway replied. I've freed us. Then she activated the suit's self-destruct, choosing extinction over infection. The explosion was contained by emergency bulkheads, but SCP-5000 was destroyed. Whatever truth it had revealed died with Calloway. And throughout Site-19, 23 Keter-class SCPs were now loose, including SCP-682. Again, the containment breaches spread faster than anyone anticipated. The rogue Foundation faction, calling themselves the Humanity Extinction Initiative, had spent months planning this. They'd infiltrated multiple sites, corrupted key personnel, and prepared a coordinated assault on humanity itself. Within hours, 7 Foundation sites reported catastrophic breaches. SCPs that should have been impossible to move were being transported to population centers. Reality benders were being awakened and pointed at cities. Biological anomalies were being released into water supplies. And worst of all, SCP-682 had been deliberately freed and directed toward Federation colonies. Casualty estimates? Picard demanded from the Enterprise's bridge. Data's expression was grim. Current projections indicate 17 million deaths within the first week if containment is not re-established. However, if SCP-682 reaches a major population center, that number could increase exponentially. Where is it now? Approaching Epsilon Colony. Population, 800,000. Estimated time to landfall, 4 hours. The colony can't evacuate that many people in 4 hours, Riker said. Then we don't evacuate, Picard decided. We fight. Mr. Worf, coordinate with loyal Foundation forces. I want every weapon we have, every tactic we've learned, every desperate measure ready. We're stopping 682 before it reaches that colony. The battle for Epsilon Colony became a desperate holding action. The Enterprise and 3 Foundation vessels formed a defensive perimeter while ground forces prepared for the worst. SCP-682 emerged from its transport vessel having adapted to space travel. It was larger now, nearly 60 meters long, covered in scales that reflected energy weapons, with regeneration so fast that wounds healed before they could bleed. All weapons, fire! The combined Federation Foundation fleet unleashed everything. Phasers, quantum torpedoes, reality anchors, exotic energy weapons, and experimental containment fields converged on the creature. SCP-682 adapted. Where phasers struck, mirrored scales grew. Where quantum torpedoes exploded, radiation-absorbing tissue developed. Where reality anchors tried to normalize its biology, it rewrote its own existence to function under any physical laws. It's not working, Worf reported. The creature is adapting faster than we can damage it. On the ground, Foundation MTF units deployed the acid containment system. Massive tanks of concentrated hydrochloric acid, pumped through industrial sprayers. SCP-682 roared as its flesh dissolved, but even that was temporary. Within minutes, it developed acid-resistant mucous membranes. Captain, Data reported. I am detecting unusual energy signatures from the creature. It appears to be communicating. With what? Unknown. However, The transmission is directed towards 17 different locations simultaneously. I believe it is coordinating with other released SCPs. The implications were terrifying. The Rogue Foundation faction hadn't just released anomalies randomly. They'd released ones that could work together, could learn from each other, could combine their abilities to overcome containment. We need a different approach, Picard realized. Mr. Data, analyze 682's behavior patterns. Find something it hasn't adapted to yet. Data's positronic brain processed terabytes of information in seconds. Captain, SCP-682 has adapted to every physical, energy, biological, and temporal attack we have documented. However, there is one thing it has never encountered: a coordinated withdrawal. You want us to retreat? No. I want us to make it chase us. Away from the colony. Into a prepared kill zone. Data pulled up tactical displays. The Kaldor Nebula is 3 light-years from here. Its exotic radiation interferes with regeneration at the molecular level. If we could lure SCP-682 into the nebula's core, it would be trapped in an environment that prevents healing, Riker finished. It could still adapt eventually, but it would buy us time to develop better containment. Make it happen, Picard ordered. All ships, begin fighting retreat toward the Kaldor Nebula. Make it look desperate. We need 682 to believe it's winning. The strategy worked. SCP-682, driven by its hatred for human life, pursued the fleeing ships. They led it on a 3-hour chase through space, maintaining just enough distance to keep it engaged but not allowing it to catch them. When they reached the nebula, Foundation ships deployed specialized containment fields that collapsed behind SCP-682, trapping it in the radiation-saturated core. The creature roared, thrashed, and tried to adapt. But for the first time in documented history, its regeneration slowed. The exotic radiation disrupted cellular bonding faster than even 682 could compensate for. Containment holding, a Foundation commander reported. For now. But sir, this is temporary. Give it days, weeks at most, and it'll adapt. Then we have days or weeks to stop the rogue faction, Picard said. 1 threat contained. How many more are loose? The answer was devastating. 19 Keter-class SCPs were now active across Federation and Foundation territory. Each one required specialized containment. Each one was killing thousands. And the Humanity Extinction Initiative showed no signs of stopping. Commander Vance transmitted emergency coordinates. Enterprise, we're detecting major SCP activity at multiple sites. The rogue faction is systematically releasing everything we have. SCP-106 has manifested at Site 77. SCP-096 was triggered at a civilian colony. 40,000 people saw its face through a viral video. SCP-939 packs are hunting through urban centers using civilian voices. It's coordinated. It's methodical. They're ending humanity 1 SCP at a time. Can loyal Foundation forces recontain them? Riker asked. We're trying, but we're outnumbered. Approximately 30% of Foundation personnel have joined the Humanity Extinction Initiative. They believe the truth SCP-5000 revealed. They think they're saving humanity by destroying it. Picard's mind raced. Commander Vance, we need to stop treating this as multiple containment breaches. It's a civil war. The rogue faction is using your own weapons against you. We need to cut off their access to SCPs entirely. How? They control multiple sites. Then we destroy those sites, Picard said grimly. Authorize Foundation Protocol. Omega Complete Facility Destruction. Better to lose the sites than let them weaponize every SCP in your arsenal. There was a long pause. Then, that would mean losing decades of research. Hundreds of contained anomalies. Some of them are safe class, harmless, and some of them are Keter class and actively genocidal, Picard interrupted. Make the choice, Commander. Save the knowledge or save humanity. You can't do both. Another pause. I'll relay your recommendation to the O5 Council. But Captain, even if they approve Protocol Omega, we'd still have the active SCPs to deal with. 682 will eventually escape that nebula. 106 can phase through any containment. 096 won't stop until every person who saw its face is dead. How do we fight things that can't be killed? The same way you've always fought them, Picard said. With intelligence, creativity, and the willingness to sacrifice. We've learned from you, Commander. Now it's time to prove those lessons weren't wasted. Understood. I'm transmitting coordinates for Site-43. The rogue faction is preparing to release SCP-2845, a Class V reality bender that once transformed an entire city into ritual offerings. If they free it, we'll stop them, Picard promised. Enterprise out. As the ship warped towards Site-43, Picard gathered his senior staff. We're no longer just supporting Foundation operations. We're actively fighting a faction that believes humanity should be extinct. They have access to weapons that violate physics, creatures that can't be killed, and the conviction that they're performing mercy. How do we counter that? We remind them why humanity is worth saving, Crusher said. Show them that compassion isn't infection, it's what makes us strong. A philosophical argument won't stop them from releasing reality benders, Worf countered. No, Data agreed. But it might give pause to those who are uncertain. The rogue faction's ideology is built on the premise that the parasite in human consciousness is purely negative. If we can demonstrate that empathy, compassion, and emotional attachment produce tangible, positive outcomes, survival, cooperation, innovation, we undermine their foundation, while also stopping them from releasing more SCPs, Riker added. We'll need to do both simultaneously. Then that's what we'll do, Picard decided. Data. Prepare a comprehensive analysis of humanity's achievements that derive directly from empathy and cooperation. Doctor. Crusher. Document every medical advancement driven by compassion. Worf. Coordinate tactical operations against rogue faction strongholds. We fight them on every front, physical, psychological, and philosophical. The Enterprise dropped out of warp at Site-43. Immediately, sensors detected the battle already in progress. Loyal Foundation forces fought desperately to prevent the rogue faction from reaching SCP-2845's containment chamber. Away teams, transport to tactical coordinates, Picard ordered. Stop them from releasing that reality bender. Use any means necessary. The battle was brutal. Rogue Foundation operatives fought with the skill and training of elite soldiers combined with the conviction of zealots. They used weaponized SCP's temporal grenades that aged targets, mimetic ammunition that turned victims into allies, and reality anchors modified to disrupt consciousness itself. But the Enterprise crew had learned. They'd trained for this. They knew Foundation tactics and had developed counters. The fight raged for 2 hours. In the end, the rogue faction was driven back, but at terrible cost. 16 Starfleet personnel killed, 23 Foundation soldiers dead, and Site-43 was too damaged to remain operational. Protocol Omega, Vance ordered over comms. Evacuate all personnel. We're destroying the site. They had 10 minutes to clear the area before the facility's self-destruct activated. As the Enterprise beamed up the last survivors, they watched from orbit as Site-43 erupted in an explosion that registered as a small earthquake on the planet's surface. Hundreds of safe and Euclid-class SCPs destroyed. Decades of research gone. But SCP-2845 remained contained in the rubble, buried under kilometers of collapsed rock and disabled by the explosion's electromagnetic pulse. One victory. But the war continued, and 19 Keter-class SCPs remained loose. The Rogue Foundation faction's endgame became clear when the sun changed. It started in the Rigel system, a colony world with 3 million inhabitants. At local dawn, the first settlers to step outside began screaming, then melting. Their flesh liquefied, reformed, and liquefied again in an endless cycle of agony and transformation. Within an hour, the blob creatures that had once been human were hunting anyone still in shadow, trying to drag them into the light, trying to convert them into more of the same. SCP-001, Commander Vance reported, his voice hollow with dread. Designation: when day breaks. We thought we'd prevented it from ever activating again. The rogue faction found a way. What is it? Picard demanded. The sun becomes deadly. Anyone exposed to its light melts into homicidal blob monsters that retain fragmented memories of their previous lives. They hunt in the darkness, trying to bring everyone into the light so they can all be together. It's extinction disguised as unity. On the view screen, footage from Rigel showed the horror. Blob creatures that had once been families called out to their loved ones in recognizable voices. "Come outside. It's beautiful. We can all be together forever." Those who listened, who trusted those familiar voices, stepped into the light and joined them. "How many systems are affected?" Crusher asked, already knowing the answer would be bad. 4 so far, Vance said. "The rogue faction is activating it star by star. If we don't stop them, every system with a G-type star will become a death trap. That's 70% of inhabited space. How do we reverse it?" Picard pressed. "We can't. Once activated, SCP-001 is permanent for that star. The only defense is to never go into sunlight again. Survive in darkness, in artificial light, and hope the blob creatures don't find you." "That's not survival," Riker protested. "That's slow extinction." "Yes," Vance agreed, "which is exactly what the rogue faction wants. They've concluded humanity is infected by an anomalous parasite, and extinction is mercy. They're forcing that mercy upon everyone." Picard looked at his crew, at their horrified faces, at the weight of impossible choices bearing down on all of them. "Then we fight in the dark," he said. "We evacuate affected systems. We use the Enterprise's shields to block stellar radiation. We do whatever it takes to buy time to find a solution. Because I refuse to accept extinction as the only option, the Enterprise became a rescue vessel, using its shields to create safe zones where transports could evacuate colonists from affected worlds. They worked around the clock, racing against the day-night cycle, beaming people aboard seconds before dawn. But they couldn't save everyone. On Rigel the 7th, they arrived too late. The entire colony had been converted. 3 million blob creatures sang in chorus, their merged voices calling across subspace. "Come to the light. We can all be together, forever and ever and ever." Dr. Crusher worked frantically in sickbay, trying to find a reversal method. There has to be something, some way to reconstitute their biological structure. But every test failed. The transformation was complete. The people were gone, replaced by things that remembered being human but could never be human again. "Doctor," Data said quietly, "I have analyzed the blob creature's cellular structure. They are not suffering. Neural activity suggests a state of continuous euphoria. From their perspective, they have achieved unity, transcendence. They are happy." "That doesn't make it right," Crusher snapped. "They didn't choose this. It was forced upon them." "Agreed. However, it presents a philosophical question. If they are not suffering, if they perceive their state as positive, is extinction truly mercy? Or is the rogue faction imposing their interpretation of suffering onto entities that no longer experience it?" The question had no good answer. 4 systems became 8. 8 became 16. The infection spread as the rogue faction activated more stars. And then came a transmission from the Humanity Extinction Initiative's leader, a Foundation 05 council member who had discovered the truth. "Humanity," the transmission began, his voice calm and rational. "I am OFIVA-7. For 60 years, I have protected you from anomalous threats. I have contained horrors, prevented apocalypses, and sacrificed everything to ensure your survival. But I have learned something terrible. Something that changes everything." Images flashed across the screen. SCP documentation, brain scans, reality diagrams, showing an entity embedded in humanity's collective unconscious. "You are infected, all of you, by an anomalous entity that generates the sensation of suffering, of empathy, of emotional attachment. It feeds on these sensations, sustaining itself through your pain and joy alike. Every feeling you experience serves something else, something that doesn't care about you." The Foundation's true purpose was never to protect humanity. It was to protect the parasite, to keep its food source alive. But some of us have seen the truth. We know extinction is the only cure, and we will deliver that cure, whether you want it or not. When day breaks is just the beginning. We are releasing every Keter-class SCP. We are activating every containment breach protocol. We are ensuring humanity ends cleanly, quickly, mercifully. You will thank us when it's over, when the infection is finally dead. Goodbye, humanity. You deserved better than to be food. The transmission ended. He's insane, Riker said. He believes he's sane. Data corrected. That is what makes this so dangerous. They are not acting from madness, but from logic built on a foundation of perceived truth. They genuinely believe extinction is mercy. Then we prove them wrong, Picard decided. We show them that humanity is worth saving, not because we're uninfected, not because we're pure, but because we choose to value life despite its suffering. That's what makes us human. Not the absence of pain, but the choice to endure it, to find meaning in it, to create beauty despite it. A noble sentiment, Captain, Vance said over the comm. But sentiment won't stop them. We need action. The O5 Council, the loyal members, are authorizing use of SCP-2000 if necessary. If humanity is going extinct anyway, we'll reboot. Start fresh. Try again. No, Picard said firmly. We're not giving up. We're not accepting extinction. And we're sure as hell not replacing everyone with copies, just to satisfy the Foundation's contingency plans. We fight, we survive, and we find another way. Then you better find it fast, Captain. Because in 72 hours, the rogue faction is activating SCP-2317. They're breaking the Scarlet King's chains. And when that happens, extinction won't be a choice, it'll be inevitable. The line went dead. Picard stared at the view screen, showing another star turning deadly, another system falling to when day breaks, another few million people transformed into blob creatures singing songs of unity. The Great Filter had arrived, and humanity was failing the test. But as long as they still fought, there was hope. The Enterprise set course for the next evacuation zone. In the darkness, humanity would survive, or die trying. The evacuation of the Deneb system was proceeding smoothly, too smoothly. Commander Riker coordinated transport patterns, while the Enterprise's shields created a protective umbrella blocking the deadly sunlight. Thousands of colonists beamed aboard hourly, their faces haunted by the horror they'd witnessed. Then the screaming started. Not audible screaming, this was worse. It came through subspace, through communications arrays, through the ship's computer itself. A sound that existed in frequencies human ears shouldn't perceive, but human minds couldn't ignore. What is that? Crusher demanded, pressing her hands to her temples as her medical staff collapsed around her. Pattern screamers, Data reported, his synthetic nature providing immunity. Entities that were erased from reality but still exist in the spaces between. As containment failures multiply, the barriers holding them outside normal space-time are weakening. They are attempting to force their way back into existence. The screams intensified. On the view screen, space itself began to crack, not physically, but conceptually. Gaps appeared where reality simply wasn't. And through those gaps, something tried to push through. Crew members across the Enterprise began responding to the screams in different ways. Some collapsed catatonic, others became violent, attacking anyone nearby. A few began speaking in voices that weren't their own, describing things that had never existed but desperately wanted to. Bridge to all decks, Picard ordered, fighting against the pressure in his own mind. Seal all sections. Institute emergency psychiatric protocols. Mr. Data, can you block those frequencies? Negative, Captain. The pattern screamers exist outside conventional space-time. Their transmissions propagate through quantum entanglement. They are everywhere simultaneously. However, I may be able to create a counter-signal. Do it! Data's fingers moved across his console at superhuman speed. His positronic brain processed the pattern screamers' frequencies, analyzing their mathematical structure, identifying patterns in what should have been pure chaos. Fascinating, he muttered. They are not screaming randomly. They are attempting to communicate, to remind reality that they once existed. If I can isolate the carrier wave and invert it, the Enterprise's communications array began broadcasting Data's counter-signal, a complex harmonic pattern built from his own positronic matrices. It was the sound of structured thought, of ordered consciousness, directly opposing the formless rage of entities that had been forgotten. The screaming diminished. Crew members began recovering, though many would need psychiatric care for weeks. But the pattern screamers adapted. "Captain, they are learning from my counter-signal," Data reported, incorporating its structure into their own transmissions. "Within approximately 17 minutes, my defense will become ineffective. Then we have 17 minutes to evacuate this system and get clear," Picard decided. "Transporter rooms, maximum capacity. Get everyone off that planet now." The evacuation became a race against madness itself. Every minute, the pattern screamers grew stronger, their screams more coherent, more real. Reality cracks spread across the view screen like spider webs, and through those cracks, shapes began to emerge. Not physical forms, these were concepts given substance. Forgotten ideas, erased histories, memories of things that never happened but should have. One crack opened directly in engineering. Geordi LaForge stumbled back as something that wasn't there reached through and tried to make itself real by taking his place. "I was here first," it screamed through his voice. "I existed before you. Give me back my reality. Geordi, fight it." Data's voice cut through the Enterprise's comm system. "You are real. You have quantifiable existence. Do not let it convince you otherwise." LaForge's visor flashed as his augmented vision registered both his own existence and the pattern screamer's desperate attempt to replace him. The two states tried to occupy the same space, one real, one desperately trying to be. "No," Geordi gasped. "This is my reality. You don't get to take it." The pattern screamer's form flickered, unable to maintain cohesion against Geordi's certainty of his own existence. It withdrew through the crack, screaming in frustration. But others were less fortunate. 3 crew members on Deck 12 simply vanished, their existence overwritten by pattern screamers who took their places. The replaced entities walked the corridors, confused, insisting they'd always been there, showing memories of lives they'd never lived. "Captain," Data reported, "the pattern screamers are not simply trying to exist, they are trying to have always existed. They are attempting to retroactively insert themselves into history, replacing people who are currently alive. Those who lack strong sense of self, or who are uncertain about their place in reality, are most vulnerable. How do we stop them?" Picard demanded. "We cannot. Not permanently. But we can minimize casualties by reinforcing crew identity. Captain, I recommend immediate implementation of psychological anchoring protocols. Each crew member must be reminded of who they are, why they exist, and their specific role aboard this vessel. The stronger their sense of self, the harder it will be for pattern screamers to replace them. Make it happen. All senior staff, conduct identity reinforcement sessions with your departments. Counselor Troy, coordinate with medical to develop emergency psychological anchors. We're not losing anyone else to things that shouldn't exist." The evacuation completed with 2,300 colonists aboard. The moment the last transport beam faded, the Enterprise jumped to warp, fleeing the system as reality itself continued to crack behind them. In the days that followed, the crew worked to integrate the replacement entities. 3 people who'd been real were gone, replaced by pattern screamers, who now genuinely believed they'd always been those people. Their memories were perfect, too perfect, filled with details that were slightly wrong, events that almost happened but didn't quite. "What do we do with them?" Crusher asked during a senior staff meeting. "They're not hostile. They genuinely think they belong here. But they're not human. They're ideas pretending to be people." "Are they any less real than we are?" Data asked quietly. "If their consciousness is genuine, if they experience existence subjectively, does it matter that they originated as pattern screamers rather than biological processes?" "Yes," Worf said firmly. "They stole those lives, replaced people who existed. That is murder." "Is it murder if the pattern screamers don't understand they did wrong?" Troy countered. "Their desperation to exist is so overwhelming that they genuinely believe they've always been here. Punishing them for something their nature compelled them to do would be like punishing a scorpion for stinging," Picard finished. "I understand, Counselor, but we also can't simply accept that 3 crew members are gone, replaced by entities that shouldn't exist." "What do you propose, Captain?" Riker asked. Picard had no good answer. Quarantine them for now. Observe. Try to understand what they are and whether they can coexist with humanity. And pray we don't encounter more pattern screamers before we find a real solution. But they would encounter more. As containment failed across the galaxy, as the boundaries between real and unreal weakened, pattern screamers manifested by the thousands. Each one desperate to exist. Each one willing to replace whoever was necessary to make that happen. The war against the Humanity Extinction Initiative had become more than physical. It was existential. A battle over who got to be real in a universe where reality itself was failing. And somewhere in the darkness, the Scarlet King tested his chains. Waiting, the alert came at 0300 hours, waking the entire crew. Every screen on the Enterprise displayed the same message in Foundation cipher. Keter Ultima Breach. SCP-2317 containment failing. All personnel evacuate Reality Zone 7. Picard was on the bridge in 2 minutes, still pulling on his uniform. Report. Captain. Data's voice was hollow. SCP-2317. The Scarlet King's physical prison has suffered catastrophic chain failure. The Rogue Foundation faction has sabotaged Procedure 110 Calabasas. The entity is breaking free. On the view screen, reality itself was dying. Not metaphorically, literally. Stars simply stopped existing. Planets winked out of space and time. And spreading from a point in the Gamma Quadrant, a crimson stain grew across the galaxy like spilled blood. What is that? Geordi asked, his visor struggling to process the readings. That is the Scarlet King manifesting, Vance replied via emergency transmission. Everything in red is being erased from reality. Not destroyed, erased. Retroactively removed from all timelines, all possibilities, all potential existences. If he fully manifests, the entire universe will become that red void, and then he'll move to the next universe. And the next. Until all possible realities are consumed. How long do we have? Picard demanded. Unknown. Hours, days at most. Captain, we're authorizing Omega-level protocols. Everything we have, everything we can deploy, everyone who can fight, we're throwing it all at SCP-2317. This is the last stand. Either we stop him now, or existence ends. What do you need from us? Everything, Captain. We need the Enterprise at the manifestation point. We need your crew. We need every impossible idea you've ever had, because we're out of conventional options. The Scarlet King is a concept you can't kill concepts with weapons. We need to fight impossibility with impossibility. Picard looked at his crew, saw their exhaustion, their fear, their determination. Set course for the manifestation point, maximum warp, all hands to battle stations. And someone get me every SCP specialist we have. We're going to need ideas that violate physics. The journey to the Gamma Quadrant took 6 hours. During that time, the red void consumed another dozen star systems, billions of people erased. Not killed, not evacuated, simply removed from existence as if they'd never been. The pattern screamers screamed louder, knowing that if the Scarlet King fully manifested, there would be no reality left for them to return to. In a bizarre twist, some actually began helping, using their ability to exist outside normal space-time to slow the King's advance by minutes. When the Enterprise arrived, they found a fleet unlike anything in recorded history. Federation starships, Foundation vessels, GOC warships, and incredibly reformed Chaos insurgency ships all united against a common extinction. And at the center, barely visible through reality distortion, was SCP-2317. He was massive, larger than planets, larger than stars. His form existed in 17 dimensions simultaneously, making it impossible to perceive fully. Chains thicker than starships wrapped around limbs that shouldn't exist, and those chains were snapping one by one. Each time a chain broke, another section of space turned red and ceased to exist. All vessels, Vance transmitted. We have one chance. SCP-3812, the reality bender who ascends through narrative layers, has agreed to fight. He's the only entity we know who might operate on the Scarlet King's level. But he needs time to ascend high enough. We need to buy him that time. How long? Picard asked. 30 minutes. If we can hold for 30 minutes, 3,812 might be able to push the Scarlet King back into his prison. And if we can't hold, then in 30 minutes, none of us will exist to care. The fleet attacked as one. Phasers, quantum torpedoes, reality anchors, exotic weapons, and devices that shouldn't work by any conventional physics, all converged on SCP-2317. The Scarlet King didn't even seem to notice. Another chain snapped. Another star system winked out of existence. "It's not working!" Someone screamed over the comm. "Nothing's working." "Then we adapt," Picard shouted back. "Data. Analysis." "What is he?" "A concept, Captain. Specifically, the concept of inevitable ending, of entropy taken to its ultimate conclusion. He is the heat death of the universe given consciousness and will. You cannot kill entropy, you can only delay it. Then we delay it. Full power to shields. Put the Enterprise between him and the nearest inhabited system." "Captain, that's suicide," Riker objected. "It's sacrifice," Picard corrected. "And it's necessary. Do it." The Enterprise positioned itself directly in the Scarlet King's path. Behind them, Starbase 375 housed 3 million people. If they fled, those people would be erased. So they didn't flee. The crimson void washed over the Enterprise. Shields held for 3 seconds before collapsing. The hull began to fade, atoms losing cohesion as reality itself rejected their existence. "Shields down. Hull integrity failing on all decks," Worf reported. "Hold position," Picard commanded, gripping his armrest as the bridge itself began to fade. "We buy every second we can." In engineering, Geordi rerouted everything: life support, weapons, even gravity into structural integrity. "Come on, baby. Hold together. Just a few more seconds." In sickbay, Crusher worked frantically on crew members who were partially erased, existing and not existing simultaneously, screaming from the paradox. On the view screen, SCP-3812 began to glow. He was ascending, rising through narrative layers, becoming more real than reality itself. His form shifted, becoming a man, a god, a concept, a story, all at once. And then he spoke. Not in words in absolute meaning that bypassed language entirely. No, that single concept, delivered by an entity who existed above the Scarlet King's level, struck with force beyond physics. SCP-2317 recoiled, chains reforming, the crimson void receding. But it wasn't enough. The Scarlet King was too vast, too inevitable. 3,812 could slow him, could push him back temporarily, but couldn't defeat him. "We need more," Vance shouted. "Everything we have. All Thaumiel assets. Deploy now." Foundation ships began revealing their trump cards. Reality anchors powerful enough to rewrite local causality. Temporal weapons that attacked across multiple timelines simultaneously. And most desperately, SCP-2000 derivatives that could theoretically reboot sections of space if they were erased. The combined assault pushed the Scarlet King back another sector. More chains reformed. The manifestation slowed, but it didn't stop. 29 minutes, Data reported. His voice was steady despite the bridge fading around them. "Captain, the Enterprise will not survive to 30. We don't need to survive," Picard said quietly. "We need to buy time for others to survive. Maintain position." The ship groaned as reality continued rejecting its existence. Deck plating became translucent. Consoles phased in and out of normal space. Crew members flickered, existing in multiple states simultaneously. And still they held. 30 seconds. Data counted down. 20. 15. A chain reformed around the Scarlet King's primary manifestation point. 10. 9. Another chain. Then another. 5. 4. 3. The crimson void stopped expanding. 2. 1. 30 minutes. SCP-3812's form blazed with light that transcended wavelengths. He reached down not physically, but conceptually, and pushed. The Scarlet King screamed. Not in sound, in collapsing dimensions, in unmaking reality, in pure rage given form. But he was pushed back, through the dimensional gateway, back into his prison. The chains slammed shut. Reality stabilized. The red void receded, leaving behind nothing. Not destroyed space absence. Voids where star systems had been. Gaps in the galaxy that would never be filled. But it had stopped. Status report, Picard gasped. The Enterprise is marginally functional, data reported. Life support at 17%. Structural integrity at 23%. We are, technically, still capable of sustaining life. Casualties? Crusher's voice came through, strained. 47 dead, 216 injured. And Captain, 32 crew members are partially erased. They exist in quantum superposition, both real and unreal. I don't know if I can stabilize them. On the view screen, the fleet regrouped. Of the 200 ships that had engaged SCP-2317, 63 remained. The rest were erased. Their crews ceased to exist, removed from all timelines. All vessels, this is Commander Vance. SCP-2317 has been recontained. The Scarlet King remains imprisoned. But the cost, his voice broke. The cost was everything we had. We're done. The foundation is broken. We can't fight anymore. Then we rest, Picard said. We mourn, we rebuild, but we don't give up. Because if we give up, then all those who were erased died for nothing. Easy to say, Captain. Harder to do when you've lost everything. I know, Picard replied. But we do it anyway. Because that's what being human means. The transmission ended. The Enterprise limped toward the nearest starbase, barely holding together. They'd won. Barely. But the rogue Foundation faction remained. When daybreaks continued spreading, and 19 Keter-class SCPs were still loose. The war wasn't over. They'd just survived its darkest hour. Ahead lay decisions even harder than the battle they'd just won. The truth about SCP-231 and Procedure 110 Calabasas came out in the aftermath. To keep the Scarlet King's chains stable, continuous suffering was required. SCP-2317, a young woman whose pregnancy was somehow mystically linked to the King, had to endure horrific torture daily. Picard discovered this and confronted the O5 Council. The moral debate split everyone. Continue the torture and keep the King contained, or refuse and risk his return. Picard authorized the procedure's continuation, but assigned Data and Crusher to research alternatives with unlimited resources. It was pragmatism over principle. A compromise that left everyone morally tainted but humanity alive. The final push against the Humanity Extinction Initiative required uniting everyone. Foundation, Starfleet, GOC, Reformed Insurgency, even pattern screamers fighting to preserve a reality they could return to. They assaulted the rogue faction's final stronghold, where they prepared to release the last Keter-class SCPs. The battle was apocalyptic, reality-bending weapons, temporal paradoxes, and impossible physics made law. Worf led ground forces in brutal close combat. Data coordinated fleet movements with perfect precision. Crusher saved lives faster than they were lost. And Picard made the impossible choices that kept them fighting. The Scarlet King couldn't be killed, only contained. But his prison was failing again. The solution? Trap him in the Enterprise's antimatter containment, then eject the entire system into a quantum singularity that would seal him outside reality permanently. It required destroying the Enterprise. The crew evacuated. Picard stayed alone to pilot the ship, ensuring the King couldn't escape. His last words to Riker: "Make it so. And will. Make sure they remember why we did this. Not to kill a monster, but to save everyone who came after." The Enterprise plunged into the singularity with the Scarlet King trapped within. Reality tears sealed galaxy-wide. When daybreaks reversed as its power source was cut off, the rogue faction, seeing their ultimate failure, surrendered. Data calculated a 0.003% chance Picard survived via emergency transport at the last instant. The Foundation searched desperately. 3 days later, they found him in a survival suit, floating in space at the edge of the Singularity's event horizon, barely alive. He'd activated the emergency transporter 1/10 of a second before the Enterprise crossed the point of no return. He'd survived through timing measured in quantum intervals. Picard recovered slowly. The Federation and Foundation formalized their alliance permanently. SCP Foundation, Federation Division was established, combining Foundation expertise with Federation oversight. The Enterprise was rebuilt incorporating both technologies, a symbol of cooperation between two philosophies. The rogue faction's truth was analyzed. Yes, there was something in human consciousness, but it wasn't parasitic. It was emergent complexity, the natural result of consciousness developing empathy. The suffering they detected was simply the cost of being aware enough to care about others. Pain, empathy, compassion, they weren't infections. They were what made consciousness worth having. The crew returned to duty, forever changed. They'd seen extinction and chosen survival. They'd faced the Great Filter and passed through, scarred but intact. 6 months later, on the Enterprise's bridge, they detected a new anomaly. Captain, quantum superposition until observed. Classic SCP signature. Data reported. Picard smiled. Assemble containment team. Alert the Foundation. Let's see what we're dealing with. They'd learned. They'd adapted. They'd survived. The universe was darker than they'd imagined, more dangerous than they'd prepared for. But they were still here, still exploring, still protecting, secure, contain, protect. Not because they had to, because they chose to. And that choice, that willingness to fight for survival despite knowing the cost, was what proved the rogue faction wrong. Humanity wasn't infected with a parasite. Humanity was the ability to care about others despite the pain it caused. And that was worth preserving.